What's up, everybody? Good morning and happy Friday, TGIF Open House Party. TGIF coming at you this morning. We made it through the week, peeps. Thanks for making us a part of your start. If you are already up and at it, whether you are listening on the radio dials, 105.1 FM, 790 AM, available to stream up online at our website, sportstalk1051.com, WAYYradio.com, YouTube, Man Cave TV, stream up and roll on your smart devices, and, of course, the app. But very happy Friday to you all. What do we have on our game plan? We got a lot to catch up on our game plan. Obviously, last night, day one of the NFL draft, round one of the NFL draft is officially in the books, and well, yeah, there were a few surprises last night. There's no question about it. So, Ty Simpson going to the Rams at number 13. Sean McVay, I don't know if anybody saw his presser afterwards. Pretty short. Kind of gives the impression that he wasn't necessarily fully on board with the pick. But, yeah, that might be reading too much into it. But I don't know. But regardless, had some trades. Packers obviously standing pat and such. The Vikings going with a defensive tackle. I could just tell you right now, our good friend, Mr. Berg, who's going to be joining us next hour, not a big fan of the pick for the Vikings. So, but hey, if your team did draft last night, whether you are a Bears fan, a Lions fan, a Vikings fan, a Cowboys fan, you got two picks last night. I don't care. What fan or what team you were a fan of. If you like the pick, let me know. If you did not like the pick, let me know. Okay? And now, Packers fans, we get to make a couple picks tonight. So after the first 32 players came off the board, and I'm sure some of you already, I did it, looking at some mock drafts for day two and such, is there somebody that's out there that's still available? You're like, let's go get this dude. Let's go get this guy. All right? Let me know. Let me know. We got plenty of draft talk as we get set for day two. And finally, we get to get a couple Packers picks tonight. So, draft talk throughout the morning here. The Bucs have their man. They moved quickly. They reportedly hiring Taylor Jenkins as their new head coach. So, what does it mean for Giannis? Does it mean he's going to stay? Does it mean he's going to go? You know, I brought it up yesterday, not to be all conspiracy theory, but Giannis, was it, Wednesday night, was like outside the Deer District. He was in some building outside the Deer District. Maybe it was the facility and such, but he had put a video up on Instagram saying like the Deer District should be full right now, obviously alluding to that they should be in the playoffs. And then the next day they reportedly hired Taylor Jenkins. I gotta wonder. Was Giannis involved in it? I know Shams from ESPN, I think it was Shams, said that Giannis wasn't consulted in that. But I got to wonder a little bit. Not saying he was in the Bucs facility, but yeah. So, but hey, Bucs fans, you like the move, you like the hire of bringing in Taylor Jenkins. Bucs moving really quick too to secure that. So, I don't know too. With Jenkins. There was some talk, would he be patient, maybe see what other openings are potentially out there? Maybe he heard something about Giannis and the Bucs and that, or maybe he just really wanted this job, or maybe money speaks too. So, but Bucs fans, your thoughts? Thumbs up, thumbs down, two thumbs up, two thumbs down, whatever the case may be. Let me know on that too. Brewers yesterday, they fell to the Tigers. Hey, they had it. They had a shot. They took the lead in the seventh. 3 runs, put up 4 earned runs on Skubal after Skubal started off really good. I mean, 26 pitches to get the first 9 batters out. It was like first impressions were this thing might be a long day, or in this case, a quick day, but not good for the Brewers. But they grinded it out. They were down 2-0 after 1. They took the lead, but not able to secure it. Tigers tied it up in the bottom of the 8th, and then a walk-off home run off of Uribe in the bottom of the 9th. So the Tigers picking up the series win. The Brewers falling to 13-11, and it won't get any easier tonight because got Paul Skeens coming to town. So, yeah. We'll recap last night's or yesterday afternoon's loss and look ahead to not only tonight's game. Brandon Woodruff is on the mound for the Brew Crew, coming off of a very good start too. So we'll preview tonight's game and the weekend series for the Brew Crew. So baseball talk this morning. Since it is Friday, we are going to catch up with Dr. Crow for a little Inside the Training Room, brought to you by Chippewa Valley Orthopedics and Sports Medicine, coming up in just under an hour from now. Also, we'll do our AJM Automotive, Pump the Brakes, Full Throttle. Got a little cream of the crop. We'll do some local sports roundup, brought to you by Carpet City Flooring Center with our good friend, Mr. Berg, Mr. Brandon Berg. So that'll be coming up a little bit later on as well. So, but that's your game plan, as you can tell, like normal. Got a lot of stuff to hit up, right? So let's get things rocking and rolling here this morning with the leadoff. All right, it's an open house party, so we'll do a little bit of a smorgasbord of topics, see where the conversation takes us, see where your messages take us and such. Your thoughts from round one of the draft last night. Your thoughts on the Bucks hiring Taylor Jenkins as their new head coach. Your thoughts on the Brewers from last night. Packers fans. Is there somebody of the mock drafts now that you're looking at for rounds 2 and 3? Did a position group maybe get pushed back that you're like, hey, man, I'm feeling pretty good about maybe getting a corner or a defensive tackle or whatever the case may be? How you feeling? Now I'm excited. Hey, I've got if you're watching the video stream, I've got the jersey on of the Packers first round pick this year. First time I'm wearing it. The good old number 1 Micah Parsons jersey. So there you have it. I technically got it, the first round pick from last night. They make up quick. You know what I mean? So, all right. Let's get it going here, shall we? Let's take our first break and then the leadoff. Again, we'll kind of dabble into a little bit of everything, see where the conversation takes us. All right. We'll be right back on this TGIF Open House Party after these quick words. With spring rolling around into Eau Claire, into the Chippewa Valley, into the state of Wisconsin, it is time to get back outside and enjoy the season. And whether you are heading to the range or maybe getting ready for hunting season or just gearing up for some time in the great outdoors, Tilden Gun is your local stop for selection, service, and expertise. They offer a wide range of firearms and accessories along with the knowledgeable staff who can help you find exactly what fits your needs. No pressure, just straight answers and real guidance. It's about making sure that you're comfortable, confident, and ready for your next outing. Spring is the season to get prepared, to get organized, and to get outside. And Tilden Gun is here to help you do just that. So stop on in and see what they've got in stock and see why so many in the Chippewa Valley trust them year after year. Tilden Gun in Tilden Gun, your hometown source for gear, service, and expertise and experience. So, all right. Last night we had day one of the NFL draft, round one of the NFL draft. No surprise with the first pick, Fernando Mendoza. Jeremiah Love, the running back, did go third overall to the Arizona Cardinals. But the first early kind of shocker was the Titans going with Carnell Tate at number 4, the wide receiver from Ohio State. Yeah, it makes sense to give Cam Ward, some weapons and such. I think a lot of people were just surprised that maybe it wasn't Jordan Tyson, a name that had been really popping up on the draft boards. A lot of people thought that maybe he was going to be the first wide receiver and such, or, with the Titans, could they go defense with Reese, the edge rusher, still on the board too? But the Titans going with Carnell Tate to give Cam Ward a receiving option. Chiefs moved up with the Browns to get the first corner off the board with Delane from LSU. Tyson then going to the Saints, again pairing up with Chris Olave to give Tyler Shue some weapons there. So, but perhaps, and then the Dallas Cowboys moving up a spot to get Caleb Downs, the safety. But I think the biggest surprise, obviously, was Ty Simpson going at 13. And I think, from yesterday when we were having a conversation about, Jay Glazer had a juicy little nugget and was waiting, until they were on the board. It was this one that the Rams were going to draft Ty Simpson at quarterback at number 13. So apparently, depending on what broadcast you were watching and such, I was watching the NFL Network and that, but it was right before the pick. You could tell, and this is what I appreciate for some of the insiders, you could tell that they kind of knew already because Ian Rappaport had a little nugget before the pick saying that, when Ty Simpson was and his family were contemplating on whether to come out for the draft and such, one person that they talked to get some feedback was Les Snead of the Rams, and he said that he was a first-round pick, and then, lo and behold, the Rams draft him with a first-round pick. So that was probably clearly the biggest surprise, just how high Ty Simpson went in the draft. NFC North-wise, you got Blake Miller, tackle, going over to the Detroit Lions. And the Vikings going with the defensive tackle, Caleb Banks from Florida. I'm not sure about the rest of Vikings Nation and such, but I know, and I'll let him speak for himself there, but I was chatting with Brandon Berg throughout the draft last night, and could just say he wasn't the biggest fan of that pick at that certain point, at number 18 overall, I should say. So, but we'll see. We'll let him kind of talk a little bit about that and such. But a guy that a lot of people had mocked to the Vikings, the safety, Dylan Thieneman, he actually went to the Bears. He was still there at number 25, so the Bears picking up a safety. So, and then the player that maybe the Packers were kind of eyeing or kind of wondering, or how do I want to phrase this? Maybe there was a thought about them moving up to get this person. And a lot of Packers fans liked this guy, but it was Chris Johnson, the corner. And the Dolphins picked him up at number 27. So the Dolphins were moving around in the first round and such. But Goody did do a post first round presser last night after the first round was over with and such, and kind of made a how do I want to say this, a little bit of a not a shot, but a little bit of a nugget. He talked about the price to move up in that, and he said, and Goody essentially said, John Eric Sullivan, kind of set the price or set the tone, essentially saying that it was going to be very expensive to go up. But the comment that he meant, or I think what he was trying to refer to was, he made a comment about Eric Sullivan's pick, obviously former Packers front office executive in that, and it kind of gave the impression that Chris Johnson was maybe the guy that the Packers were eyeing up to move up if they were going to move up. But he went in the first round, and I think it would have been maybe moving up in the second round. So, but Dolphins obviously moving up to get him in the first round. So, yeah, that was maybe the guy that the Packers were hoping to kind of fall into the second round. So, but anyways, other big surprises, other kind of things to jump out to you from day one, round one of the NFL draft. What am I missing here? What if you are a fan? I know we got some Eagles fans. Eagles getting a wide receiver. I think that pretty much solidifies that A.J. Brown is gone. But, I mean, holy moly. They traded for Dontayvion Wicks and then gave him $12 million. They got Hollywood Brown. They still got Devontae Smith. And now you add another wide receiver in the first round. Eagles love the receivers. Here was the quote I was trying to find from Goody. Goody was asked last night, did Goody ever consider trading in the first round? Not really. John Eric took care of all that. To get up into the first round would have been quite expensive. So that's kind of the thought, that if there was a player maybe in the back end, or maybe hoping that they were going to fall out of the first round, a lot of people kind of assumed that was Chris Johnson, the corner from San Diego State, which, I mean, John Eric Sullivan did a lot of his scouting. Let's be real here. A lot of the scouting for these players are done during the season, and he was with the Packers in that. So he obviously probably knew that the Packers really liked him, and maybe he was a part of that scouting process. So, but now we're on to round two. Who are some of the best players that are still available out there? Who are some of the guys, some of the players that Green Bay could potentially get for round two? Let's kind of focus on round two here, because, I mean, this is where it gets a little bit muddled, a little bit muddy. So I think that when you look at some of the best available players here, you still got some corners that are there. Okay, you still got some decent corners that are potentially available. McCoy from Tennessee, Terrell from Clemson, Pons from Indiana, Stukes from Arizona. So there might be a little bit of a run on corners. Because I think in the second round, and we've seen this a lot over the last few years, especially with the draft going one first round on Thursday, then rounds 2 and 3. Teams kind of reassess, take the night, reevaluate their board, maybe think about it. And as Goody kind of said last night too, some teams maybe panic and they trade up. And there's a lot of trades at the beginning of the second round because, maybe there's a position group that everything kind of got pushed back, and then there's a little mini run of a certain position group in the second round, the beginning of the second round. Could that be a corner? Possibly, maybe. But there's also some edges that are available there. Howell from Texas A&M. You got Thomas from Oklahoma. Defensive line, there's still Lee Hunter. There's Caden McDonald from Ohio State. So if Green Bay were to move up a little bit, I'm looking at some of those players as a potential option. But Goody did say that the board is kind of holding out or holding up to where they thought it would be. And if they stay at 52, they feel like they're still going to get a really good player that's left on their board. But just kind of looking at this, I mean, there's still some offensive linemen. And the draft began with nobody getting picked on the offensive line. And then all of a sudden, there was that run. Speaking of runs of certain positions, there were runs on offensive linemen last night. And there's still some guys available. But I do wonder, does offensive line move up a little bit in the priority list for Goody for tonight because of the run that we saw, in the middle of the first round, towards the end of the first round? So and Goody also kind of said too that I think he kind of tipped his hand maybe a little bit in terms of what he's willing to trade, because he said if they do trade up today, he said he prefers compensation to be a pick from this year's draft and not next year. He said he is open to using a 2027 pick if necessary for the right player, but the preference is 2026. And I think that's another sign that all these experts, all these draft people, they keep saying 2027 is going to be a really good draft, and that might be another example of that too. But no, there's still some intriguing names on this list. Again, maybe it's an offensive lineman like Trey Zune or Chase from Texas A&M. A couple of the interior offensive linemen from Texas A&M. If that's the route that they want to go. Maybe a little bit of a wide receiver, I don't know. But this is why I love day 2, because there's still a lot of quality good players here, and a lot of players too that some people thought were going to go to first round. TJ Parker, I mean, he's potentially still available there too if that's the route they want to go. Maybe we have a little bit of a mini run on quarterbacks today too. Not that it really would affect Green Bay, but like a Carson Beck and some of those guys. But all right, we got to take a quick break, but hit me up, Packers fans. Is there somebody that you're eyeing up for their first pick today? Maybe somebody you thought was going to be the first round kind of got pushed back, or now that we know who's still available, is there somebody that is out there that you have your eye on? All right. Or if your team did draft last night, how do you think they did? Do you like the picks that they made? Do you not like them? I want to hear from you. Okay. Let's take a quick break, and we'll have plenty more coming up after these few words. Road trip season is right around the corner. Are you and your vehicle ready to go the distance? Well, before you hit the highway, make sure that your vehicle is in top shape with the help from AJM Automotive. From oil changes and tire checks to brakes and engine work, their experienced team will make sure that you are ready for wherever the road takes you. And now with 2 convenient locations in Eau Claire, getting your vehicle serviced has never been easier. Plan a trip, and AJM Automotive will handle the rest. Visit ajmautomotiveservices.com to schedule your appointment. And right now, they've got a spring special going on. If you go to their Facebook page, you can find out all the details and such. But for $199.99 AC system check, new cabin filter, synthetic oil change, tire rotation, safety inspection, fluid top off, all that good stuff. You can also book online. Remember, they got those 2 locations. So check them out, again, on Facebook, AJM Automotive Services, or check them out at Facebook, AJM Automotive Services, online at ajmautomotiveservices.com. We've got C-Bomb Chadwick saying it's crazy that Pittsburgh was on the phone with Lemon telling him that they were going to draft him, and then the Eagles swoop in and trade for Dallas's, Green Bay's pick, to take him in front of Pittsburgh. So essentially Green Bay is still not letting Rodgers get weapons on the offensive side of the ball. It would be so fun to be in those draft rooms. Mark saying, I didn't really care for the pace of the picks. Didn't leave enough time to discuss each player, in my opinion. I'm going to be honest, Mark. This is completely selfish on my part. I liked them so I could go to bed earlier than normal. So that's just me, and that's just being completely selfish in that aspect. But I was like, okay, keep this going, man. I might actually get to sleep at a decent time here. But that, again, just completely selfish on my part. So, but got the boys in the Section 105 chat going back and forth. What Matt says, Lee Hunter fits the transition to 3-4. That was my guy in my mock draft. He's still there. So Zach says, does anyone think that the Packers move up for a corner, possibly an edge? I don't think an edge, but again, I wouldn't be surprised. Maybe a corner. I don't know. I feel like edge is the one that everybody assumes Green Bay's going to go, but if there's a position group, I wouldn't be surprised if they don't address. I'm kind of leaning towards edge. I feel like there's bigger needs right now, unless they have it already decided that Lucas Van Ness is going to be gone. It's just too that they drafted Sorrell and Colin Oliver last year, and I think they want to see what they got with those 2 guys yet. But we'll see. We'll see how it plays out. We'll see if Goody actually sticks to best available according to their draft board. And if best available is an edge rusher at that point, maybe that's what they do. But what else? What are your other thoughts heading into night 2 for the Pack or for your favorite team? What were your thoughts on your favorite team's selections last night? All right. Whether you were a Vikings fan, Bears fan, Lions fan, Eagles, Cowboys, Browns, Chiefs, whatever the case may be, give me your input. Want to switch gears just a little bit. Bucs fans, what are your thoughts on the Taylor Jenkins hiring? Bucs moving quick to get their head coach. What does it mean for Giannis? That's the next question, right? That's the next question. Nobody really knows at this point. But Jenkins was an assistant for the Bucs from 2018 to 2019. So he is a little familiar with the team, a little familiar with the ownership structure. Spent a hot minute with Giannis and that. So, if Jenkins was truly the hot commodity or the top available head coach out there, I mean, he moved quick too. He could have maybe waited this thing out to see if there was going to be any playoff teams that were going to change head coaches in that. Maybe money talked, and the Bucs made him a financial offer that he couldn't refuse. I don't know. Or maybe he was told something about Giannis. Who knows? But Taylor Jenkins was my number one choice, and I'm good with it. I'm good with it, regardless if this means Giannis is on the team or not. I look at what Jenkins did with the Memphis Grizzlies, and yes, they had John Morant in that. Now, I know some people are throwing out the idea: does this improve the chances of the Bucks going out there and getting John Morant? But then on the other side, there's a lot of people saying, well, him towards the end, him and John Morant didn't have the greatest relationship and such. So again, that's kind of up in the air. But 2019, 2020, his first season with the Grizzlies, he got the team to go 34-39. Second year, 38-34. Lost in the first round of the playoffs. Then 2021 to the 2022 season, 56-26. Finished first in their division. Lost in the conference semis. Following year, 51 wins. Lost in the first round. 23-24, missed the playoffs, 27-55. Believe that was the year that John Morant was hurt and suspended and such. And then his final year with the Grizzlies, he actually had the team 44-29 with a 603 winning percentage, but he was let go. Now you look at it, playoff-wise, yeah, he's 9-14. He's got a 391 winning percentage in the playoffs. So I'm sure some people are going to look at that. But during his time, too, with the Grizzlies were kind of a team that overexceeded some expectations. And one thing that I was kind of looking up yesterday about, maybe trying to get an identity of this team or a style on this team, he's going to be very aggressive. I think when you look at some of the stuff from what Jenkins did as a coach with the Grizzlies, he really emphasized winning the possession battle. More possessions, more shots. Being aggressive on the offensive boards. Wasn't necessarily one of the top shooting field goal percentage teams and such because of the amount of times they shot the basketball in that. But they were relentless in attacking the glass. Top offensive rebounding team for a couple seasons when he was with the Grizzlies. Actually finished top 4 or finished top 5 in the category in 4 of his 6 seasons. So you're potentially seeing a more aggressive type of offense, especially on the offensive board. Probably with the mindset, hey, put up more shots, more chances to score. More chances to put up bigger points. So I like the hire. Now we'll just kind of wait and see how it plays out. The first domino to fall is that. They got their head coach. They moved quickly. But the biggest question now is going to be, what is the plan with Giannis? All right. We'll take a quick break. We'll wrap up the first hour. We'll be right back in just a couple minutes. As the fields are coming back to life, it's time for spring sports in the Chippewa Valley. So whether you're stepping up to the plate, hitting the track, getting back on the field, or getting set for some weekend warrior seasons, make sure that your body is ready to perform. And at Chippewa Valley Orthopedics and Sports Medicine, their team specializes in keeping athletes of all ages healthy, strong, and in the game. From injury prevention to expert care and recovery, they got you covered every single step of the season. So don't let pain keep you on the sidelines. Get back in the game with confidence. Chippewa Valley Orthopedics and Sports Medicine, helping you move better, playing stronger, and staying in the game. Brewer Crew yesterday, well, they had a shot after falling down 2-0 after the first, and Screwball wheeling and dealing 26 pitches through the first 9 hitters. The Brewers grinded it out, cut the lead in the half in the fourth, and then took the lead. Blake Perkins with that double in the 7th inning. Brewers putting up 3 runs in the 7th inning to take a 4-3 lead. But the Tigers were able to tie it up in the bottom of the 8th, and then the Brewers had chances in the 9th. Runners in scoring position, not able to get anything across. Double play to end the inning, and then Uribe giving up the the walk-off home run in the bottom of the ninth. So the Brewers falling, they dropped the series to the Tigers. Brewers now 13-11 on the season. Brandon Sproat went 5 1/3, 4 hits, 3 earned runs, striking out 4 and issuing a couple of walks. Angel Zerpa gets charged with the blown save, and then Uribe gets charged with the loss. So Scooble's final line, 6 innings, 7 hits, 4 earned runs, no walks, 5 Ks. Brewers back at it tonight, where they're going to be taking on Paul Skeens. So it doesn't get any easier for the Crew, right? First pitch is going to be at 6:40. But the Brewers, they get Brandon Woodruff on the mound here, too. So Woodruff 2-0, 3.42 ERA, 20 Ks. Paul Skeens so far this year, 3-1 with a 3.27 ERA, 23 Ks. When you're looking at experience, Terang in 10 career at-bats against him does have a home run, 700 OPS, but just hitting 200. Perkins, 4 at-bats, 0 for Ortiz, 1 for 4 against him. Frelick has a home run against him, too, with 3 RBIs and 10 career at-bats, just hitting 200. Contreras, 8 career at-bats, 125 with a 375 OPS. So on the flip side, you got some experience with these Pirates hitters, of course, going up against Woodruff. Reynolds, 21 career at-bats, 143. Ozuna's got 10 career at-bats, hitting 400 with a 1.200 OPS. Cruz, 222 in 9 career at-bats. Bart's 5 career at-bats, 400 on there, too, just to name a few. So obviously, lineups that are really familiar with each other. But it'll definitely be a tough test for this team. You look at what Paul Skeens has done here as of late after that opening day against the Mets, right, where he got pulled early in that game, didn't even go a full inning, and he's been more like Paul Skeens since then. In the month of April, just the month of April alone, he is 3-0 with a 1.27 ERA. He has issued only 5 walks in 4 games and has struck out 22 batters in 4 games. 5 innings, 6 1/3, 6. He's actually coming off of a short appearance against Tampa Bay, 4 innings, but he only gave up 3 hits and struck out 5, didn't issue a single walk, just 64 pitches. So that's the thing, too, is like Paul Skeens really hasn't been, 37 pitches, 77, 87, 88, and 64. Opponent's batting average against him, the month of April, just 125. So, hey, maybe that means he's due. Maybe that means he's due for a hiccup game. Right? Maybe, possibly. Can we run with that? That narrative? Maybe he's due for that. But I think, if you're the Brewers, you try to get that pitch count up pretty high. Try to get it up and maybe try to get to that bullpen. Try to get Paul Skeens out of this game. I know it's easier said than done in a lot of cases for this, but maybe that's something that they try to go in and just be aggressive or be patient at the plate too. A lot of it's going to depend on if Paul Skeens is going to be on or not. But Eli with a quick text saying the Jets actually surprised me. They got 3 studs. You know, the Jets I thought did well. I'm not grading drafts. I don't like to grade drafts right after the fact. But I think when you look at what the Jets did, I think if you're a Jets fan, you should be pretty happy. You had 3 first-round picks. You moved up from the second into the back end of the third. Your first one was Bailey, the edge rusher from Texas Tech. Then you get the top tight end in the draft with Sadiq at number 16. Then you move back into the end of the first round, and you pick up Cooper, the wide receiver from Indiana. So, yeah, I think if you are if you're the Jets, I think you're feeling pretty good this morning. Because now you got some offensive weapons. You're kind of loading up for maybe your rookie quarterback next year. I don't think Geno Smith is the long-term fixture by any means. Now, maybe you're hoping you're not too good this year so you can get that high pick next year and maybe get that top quarterback. But, I mean, hey, if you're a rookie quarterback next year coming to the Jets, and you have the option, the potential to throw to Cooper, Wilson. You got Breece Hall on the roster. Now you got a tight end, Sadiq, who likes to stretch the field. That's you're surrounding your potential future rookie quarterback with some talent up there. There's no question about it. So yeah, I would agree with that. I would agree with that, Eli. That I think the Jets had a good night last night too. And if you're a Jets fan, you should be feeling pretty good. Now, hopefully they just don't screw it up. What else? What team do you think had a good night last night? Doesn't have to be your team. Can be somebody else. But who's a team that you think had a pretty solid night last night? Let me know. Hit me up, okay? We'll get back to plenty more draft chat throughout this morning. We'll get Brandon's thoughts on his Vikings pick from last night. We'll even ask Dr. Crow his thoughts on his Vikings making the selection of Banks last night, who is got a foot injury, so perfect time to catch up with Dr. Crow here too. Just a couple minutes left. We've got Morgan. Good morning, Morgan.
Hey, Kasper. Feeling good about the weekend?
Sure.
That doesn't sound...
We got baseball all day tomorrow. So.
Yeah, it's ball season weekend for sure. Do you... So we're talking a little bit about the Professor Ives from Green Bay, and he invented the riff for the Go Pack Go chant.
Okay. So
if you go to Titletown, obviously, you know Go Pack Go. If you're in Pittsburgh, it's the Terrible Towel. Are there any sports... you would call them, what, trends or...
Traditions or something?
Traditions that you would like to be a part of or you think are fun even though you don't like the team?
Can I go college football?
You can go anything. I'm just because there's a good example. Jump around if you're at Camp Randall.
I like what Iowa does with the Children's Hospital.
What do they do?
Is it the fourth quarter, I believe? But they all turn around and wave to the kids in the
in the hospital. Yeah. Okay.
That's a really cool.
That's
tradition.
A very cool one. Yeah.
Ones that I think are dumb.
That's what I thought might be easier for you.
Skull. That stupid chant is just, I'm sorry, I don't get it. Bear down, come on.
Do you know any Vikings fans that are super high into the skull?
I don't know if they're super high into the skull.
Okay. Because, I mean, even as a fan, do you kind of think, all right, I don't love it, but it's what we got?
I think you're just kind of like, you have to.
Okay.
You have to do it.
And Bears fans, same thing, bear down.
Bear down. I don't do that. Is that all they say? Do they do anything?
Well, back in the SNL skit days from
Super Bowl Shuffle, they're still trying to relive that. So,
what do you think about them moving? Don't care?
No, I think it's funny in a sense, but I think it's getting a little overblown too.
Okay.
I mean,
like trying to kick up.
Well, I mean, for technically the Giants and Jets play in New Jersey.
Yeah.
The only New York team is Buffalo.
Right.
So. there's that stuff.
Yeah,
but,
it gets gray.
Yeah.
It does get gray.
Yeah.
Especially when you have teams like the Pats who are really regional and not state heavy. You're talking about Gillette Stadium or whatever,
Yeah.
where they're playing. That's like for an entire East Coast region.
Yeah.
So away from traditions, what would you say is your favorite sports quote? Because this week we were talking about Gretzky, you miss 100% of the shots you never take. I mean, those are
which,
the
by the way,
iconic ones.
you missed out on
Michael
the Office
Scott, I
reference
know.
favorite,
I
so-
know. I had hindsight 2020 on that.
Yeah, I was waiting for it, but a little
Sucked.
disappointing.
Yeah,
so.
let's pile on. Do you have a favorite sports quote that you always go back to, though, especially now that you're coaching and stuff?
I love sports quotes, but now you're just asking me to. There's a really good Lombardi one. Lombardi's always a good one.
That's the
go-to.
speech you should give your kids before they go out
Just
to play.
Google Vince Lombardi.
Just something Lombardi said.
Yep, exactly.
Now go get after it.
All right, thanks, Morgs.
Hey, anytime. Have fun at the ball fields.
1 hour in, we got news updates. We'll be right back with Dr. Crow coming up in just a couple minutes. Second quarter kicking off right now on this Friday morning of April 24th. Thanks for hanging out with us this morning and making us a part of your starts. We'll do a little local sports roundup brought to you by Carpet City Flooring Center coming up in a little bit with Mr. Brandon Berg. We also have our AJM Automotive Pump the Brakes Full Throttle, a little cream of the crop, too. So lots of stuff to get to. We'll get to some more baseball talk, some hoops with the Bucks getting Taylor Jenkins as their head coach, and, of course, the NFL Draft Round 2 and 3 coming your way tonight. We kick off this hour with our good buddy, Mr. Dr. Austin Crow, Chippewa Valley Orthopedics and Sports Medicine. Good morning, sir. How are you doing?
I'm doing fantastic.
Hey, I gotta ask. Caleb Banks is the Vikings pick. So first off, your thoughts on that, but it also kind of fits with our segment too, because there is some concern. I've seen some from Vikings fans about he broke his foot at the combine, the fourth metatarsal in his foot. So it kind of worked out that, hey, I get to talk to Dr. Crow about his pick, but also the injury here now too. So
that's right.
First off, your thoughts on the pick?
I don't dislike it. I mean, clearly we have needs there. I mean, we had two big free agency signings last year, and both those guys just didn't fit well into our defensive scheme. Obviously, one is now here in Green Bay. And I can't remember where Curse went, but either way, we definitely have some holes there. I'd say, as far as needs, that's definitely top 2 or 3 needs on the team. So it's not like an outlandish pick. Clearly, this is, we've had these discussions in the past where we have players that are, dropping down the board. I think if you'd have, before he had that injury, he was predicted to be a much higher pick. So I think the ceiling is incredibly high. The concern is that this is getting into that realm where it's like, it wasn't just the fact he injured his foot, it's the fact that he missed a bunch of the season with a foot issue. Now, looking back, because he wasn't really high on my, draft picks that I was kind of following. So I kind of had to read on it a little bit. It isn't exactly clear what the foot issue was that kept him out. But if I'm just going to read between the lines, my assumption is that he was dealing with a stress fracture in his foot. And that's what nagged him. And he missed it because he only played in 3 games this season. So he missed a good chunk of the season with his foot issue. And then come combine, I think it was during a 40-yard dash, he broke it. So my suspicion is that there was a pre-existing stress fracture that went on and completed. They fixed it. Per reports, it's healing well. I will say, metatarsal stress fractures are not rare. We see them. Usually we see them in runners, like long-distance runners. And then, of course, we just talked about the Jones fracture, I think, last week or the week before, so the 5th metatarsal. So the 4th is not, classic for that same issue. So what I'm getting at is if it heals, it should heal well and not be a problem. That being said, again, it was something that appears, again, I'm reading between the lines, it appears to be a recurrent issue, but if it did go from a stress fracture to a complete fracture and then it heals, it should be healed. That's the cool thing about bone. Once it heals, it tends to stay healed. So, so to sum it up, I think, if he pans out, obviously a good value pick. He clearly was more like top 10 talent, but that's the gamble. Like if the foot becomes a recurrent problem, there's plenty of, NFL, NBA, you name it, athletes that have had bad foot and ankle problems that's limited their careers. So there's a bit of a gamble with it.
So you kind of answered my next question because, we talked about Liz Frank injuries and Jones fractures last week, and I was kind of curious, does this one fall under those categories? But it doesn't, it sounds like.
I don't think so, no. Again, they did clearly say that the bone fracture was the 4th. So that they said that was what was fixed. But the disclosure on what kept him out during the season was just, quote, foot issues. But it's the same foot. The odds of him having a separate foot problem just happening to break a bone, I don't think that's just a coincidence. I think that's likely it was a stress fracture and that's what kept him out. And then he tried to come back and the bone just wasn't strong enough and pop, there it goes. And so that does happen. We do see that. In fact, again, it's not a Jones fracture, but that's what we see with the Jones. So people will have this nagging foot pain, lateral foot pain. You get x-rays. Sometimes it's obvious. Sometimes it's not quite as obvious. And then not always, but every once in a while, that athlete will go, really hard push off and pop, and there goes the bone. It goes from a stress fracture to an actual full complete fracture, and that's when you generally will go in and fix it. But yeah, that's again reading between the lines, but that's my assumption based on what is out there.
Interesting. Moving to baseball here. So I saved a couple of these from a few days ago because I just love the wording on this, and hopefully that you can help explain a little bit more. But Edwin Diaz, the closer for the Dodgers, he's going to be missing some time. They're talking about the second half of the season. But the way they phrased it, he is slated to undergo a procedure to address loose bodies in his elbow. Now, I'm assuming he doesn't have actual bodies in his elbow and such, but, don't know if that's the technical term and such. But when we see that, what exactly is loose bodies and that type of procedure that he may be undergoing?
Yeah, so loose body removal with elbow arthroscopy is a very common procedure. In fact, that's probably 3/4 of the elbow scopes that I do are for that exact reason. So what are loose bodies? Anything floating in the joint. So we use that term as a wastebasket term for anything floating. Generally, it's going to be fragments of cartilage or debris that are in the elbow that basically, when something floats in the joint, the body kind of lays layers on top of it so it can get extra kind of soft tissue around it. Occasionally, they even become bony and get calcified. And as you might imagine, having things floating inside a joint are not good, right? So as far as the procedure is concerned, elbow arthroscopy, loose body removal, very easy, very straightforward. So again, we do those and people bounce back really well. What you start having to ask yourself is, why are there loose pieces in the elbow? Usually that's indicative of another problem. So in young athletes, for example, it could be what's called an osteochondritis dissecans or an OCD lesion. He's much older than that, so it won't be an OCD lesion. But you start worrying about elbow instability, where they'll have either, it's usually going to be the UCL, the Tommy John ligament. If that's a little bit loose, you get these dynamic forces on the elbow, and you can get your olecranon or kind of the tip of your elbow that can rub against the back of the humerus. You can get overloading of the radiocapitellar joint, which is on the outer part of the elbow, and those also can generate loose pieces in the elbow. So as far as like scope removal, that's going to be relatively straightforward. But if he's having it and they're saying he's going to be out a good chunk of time, because the recovery for that usually is like, honestly, we let people use their elbow as quickly as they want. Now, throwing a baseball like in MLB speeds is different, but still, it wouldn't be that long. So you're starting to wonder if, in addition to removing the loose bodies, there's also like maybe a cartilage issue they're going to microfracture or something like that. So at the face value, not a big deal, but I will tell you this is a big deal because that implies there's something deeper going on. And that's going to be that. I'm not saying it will, but it certainly could be a much bigger problem.
All right. Moving to college basketball, UConn just a couple days ago announced one of their players, Solo Ball, is going to have wrist surgery, and they've already ruled him out for next year. He's going to take a medical red shirt and return for the 2027-28 season. Now, he had been dealing with a wrist injury throughout the season. I haven't seen anywhere exactly what they diagnosed it with, but the fact that he's having wrist surgery and they already ruled him out for next year, is that a little extreme? Is that just being extra cautious with this whole thing, or what potentially could be the issue with his wrist?
Yeah. I mean, obviously there's a number of different things that could be going on there. I mean, there's about 1,000 different wrist enhancers that you can have. So yeah, it's difficult to say this is exactly what it is. But if it's going to be already starting the next season down, it implies it isn't something real simple. So let's say he had like a small TFCC tear, which is a little piece of kind of like a meniscus of the wrist, if you will, and you scope, clean it up. That should be like a weeks to months kind of thing. If you're talking about major bony issues or joint alignment issues, so reconstructions, realignment, osteotomies, now you're talking about things that have a much longer recovery. So again, it's unclear because if you read, there's really not a ton of information on what actually is the problem. So to guess as to what the surgery is going to be, that's even more of a question mark. But there's a handful of things that could be really quite serious. So let's say he had like a scaphoid fracture that didn't heal correctly. That can be a very devastating issue. Sometimes it's more like there's just kind of abnormal alignment of the wrist, so like a ulnar abutment syndrome, where the wrist is made up of your carpal bones, the small bones, but then also has your radius and your ulna. Some people's ulna is a little bit too long and it can rub against the bones. So we'll do what's called the ulnar shortening osteotomy, where we cut the ulna and shorten it. And that probably won't have as big a long-term implication. So again, this one is, without more information, it's hard to say definitively, but this could range from, hey, this is just a longer recovery and they're playing it safe, to this is actually a really serious long-term issue that may not go away, and it could be, career-threatening.
I got one more NFL draft player to ask you about, because he was initially thought of as a first-round pick, but he was not selected last night. Jermod McCoy, the corner from Tennessee, he had torn his ACL, missed last season, But he did run at the pro day, 4.3, 40-yard dash and such. But reading a little bit here, he did have some cartilage damage, which you have educated us many times when it comes to ACL.
Yeah, no bueno.
Yeah, and then I'm seeing this term now, medical concerns about a, quote, bone plug in his knee. What's a bone plug?
Yeah, so when we talk about people who have cartilage issues in the knee, there's a number of ways we can address them. So at the time of an ACL injury, virtually every single patient has what's called a real significant pivot shift injury. So there's these really classic bone bruises that we see. So it impacts. Now, sometimes that impact right out the gates, you'll know at the time, like, this is a cartilage injury and this is bad right away. Sometimes it's a delayed presentation. So presumably with his, they knew it at the time. So if you have a significant cartilage defect, there are some different ways that you can try do what we call articular restoration. That's a fancy way of saying fill that hole in. The most basic thing is to do microfracture, which we've talked about in the past. That's where you poke little holes in the bone. You have basically a clot that fills that hole in, and then you should have basically fibrocartilage that grows in its place. That is the most basic technique. More advanced techniques are going to be grafting things in its place. One of the techniques, and one of my personal favorites, is we use the term bone plug. That's kind of a generic term. Really, we're taking a core. So, like, in a golf course, right? You move the hole on the green around. Mm-hmm. They take a core of dirt and grass and they move it. We do the same thing in the joint. We take a core of bone and cartilage, and with that bone and cartilage, we then restore that spot. Now, there's two ways you can do it. One is you take it from their own knee. So you'll actually go to basically an edge where there's not as much loading of that cartilage and take a piece and move it over. Or more commonly, we'll actually take a piece from a cadaver. So we'll take a match piece. So you get an MRI of your knee, and then we have a cadaver that has the exact same shape as your knee, and then we can take a core and move it into your knee. And the success rate is actually fairly high. So those are called osteoarticular transfers or allograft transfers. And I do quite a few of them, and I have really good success with them. The problem though is it's one thing to do it for a guy or gal who's like, hey, I want to get back to like living my daily life, high success rate. I'm a guy who wants to be playing in the NFL and putting those stresses on my knee. We just don't have the data to say that will or won't work. I have done these on people who've gone back to high school and college athletics. And so we know that it can tolerate that to a certain extent, but absolutely a red flag that's going to make a team say, okay, if I can take a guy that I think is just as good, doesn't have that potential downside, I'm going to do that. And that's why you see those guys slip. It's because, yeah, they're good, but there's that little, voice in the back of your head saying, well, that might not exactly work out the way we're hoping. So hopefully it does. And that, again, that procedure to put that cartilage and bone plug to fill a defect, it certainly could be something that works well. And I mean, if we start seeing, because this procedure is becoming more and more common. And so if we start seeing guys make it at the professional level, maybe that's going to be something that we can then start telling our athletes, hey, you can do this and get back to sports. Because, I mean, just to take a step back, I mean, there's been surgeries in the past that it used to be the kiss of death. I mean, ACLs, those alone, people are like, no, that guy's career's over. I mean, ACLs are people are getting back to professional sports frequently with that. And so maybe this is another procedure that if we can kind of continue to perfect, maybe that's a way to get athletes back at the highest level and give them the function that they need.
So I did see, just really quick to wrap it up, that there was a report that he might have to have surgery to replace that bone plug too. So, I mean, would that potentially be even a longer recovery for that?
So they're saying he may need to have a second one done?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So that might imply that the plug they put in there either isn't taking correctly. So when you put the plug in, you actually don't want there to be a lot of bone. It's actually a relatively thin piece of bone with overlying cartilage. Sometimes the bone doesn't incorporate well and you get these cystic changes. So they may be seeing that saying, we're either seeing not good in bony incorporation, or sometimes the cartilage over the top starts to delaminate and fall off. Usually that doesn't happen, honestly, on either one of those counts, but presumably one of those red flags is popping up. So they're looking at it and saying, this is a cartilage issue that is not, the story's not over, is basically what it boils down to. So they're saying he's going to be looking at another one. So now if you're talking about a revision cartilage procedure, no question, success rate goes down. So yeah, I mean, that is even a bigger red flag than what the initial thought I had on that. So yeah, that would be, there's something that's popping up on his MRI that's making the team say, this is potentially an issue that's going to keep coming back and keep coming back.
Yeah, I just quick Googled a follow-up, and I guess this was from Tom Pelissero from the NFL Network, said, quote, "My understanding is the ACL itself is fine. Scans look good. The concern is about a bone plug that was used to repair a cartilage defect. Some of the doctors that have seen his scans are concerned that he will need another surgery to replace that bone plug." So,
yeah, that's exactly it. It's either going to be poor bone incorporation or there's already starting to be some cartilage lamination on the graft itself. So neither of those is a good thing. So that could certainly be a recurrent problem, and then that puts the knee in jeopardy. But certainly wish him the best, obviously.
absolutely. All right, so we've got day 2 coming up. Obviously, day 3 tomorrow, rounds 4 through 7. You got your D tackle. What are you hoping now for your team to fill out the rest of their needs?
Yeah, I mean, I think kind of what I said last week. I mean, I think we definitely need some guys in the O line. I think we need some secondary, although it feels like a lot of teams need secondary right now. So
Yeah.
we're getting lines on that one. To me, those are probably the two biggest things is shoring up the O line. I mean, we could honestly take a couple draft picks in the O line. I wouldn't be upset about that. You can't have enough good O line, and that's a fact. So I would say O line, secondary would be places that I'd focus.
All right. He's Dr. Austin Crow, Chippewa Valley Orthopedics and Sports Medicine. Dude, appreciate the time as always. Enjoy the rest of the draft, and we'll catch up with you again soon. Okay, bud?
Yeah, absolutely. You take care.
You got it. There you go. Dr. Austin Crow, Chippewa Valley Orthopedics and Sports Medicine. Let's take a quick break, and we'll get Brandon Berg in here. We'll be right back in just a couple minutes. Big thanks again, as always, to Dr. Crow for joining us for our Inside the Training Room segments. And we go from one Vikings fan to another, and that's Mr. Berg here. I don't know, did you have a chance to listen to Dr. Crow for a little bit?
I was listening to it a little bit, and I mean, this is kind of one of those weeks, especially. I think it's really cool that you have him on here because, I mean, especially going into it, in depth, like especially the Jermod McCoy stuff.
Yeah,
where it's just like, okay, this is not, or this is something that's obviously having an impact. Well, why? I mean, you and I can't really say beyond what someone else is going to say, but when you can just kind of go to him and ask, and he's going to be able to give you a detailed response. I mean,
yeah. And honestly, because we were texting last night and such, and obviously with your pick, with Banks and such. Now that you heard him talk a little bit about that, does it make you feel a little bit better about the injury with the foot injury, or was that
it
not
could,
really
but it's like my thing, and I'll I'll tell you, or I'll tell our listeners kind of what I was telling you last night, and even just some other people I was texting with. Like, I wasn't a big fan of the pick. I mean, Caleb Banks is, you can see why. You can see why a team would fall in love with him as a prospect. A guy that's 6'6", 330, like big arms, like athletic. Like you can see it. My issue is one, the injury, which again, Doc kind of explained. Okay, well maybe that's not as big of a, that's fine. But also my thing, whenever you have someone like that and they say like, oh well, the potential's there, they could really put it together. My thing is like, well then why hasn't he yet?
Right.
Like,
yeah.
If you haven't done it in college necessarily to be that dominator that you're expecting of someone with those physical traits, then do you expect that it's suddenly going to click when they go to an even harder level, which is the NFL?
Right.
So, I mean, I think above all else, I would just say that I think it's a very much a kind of it's the typical, almost getting to the back half of the first round boomer bust prospect. I think when you can look at this in 3 years, and it's something you can either say it's an A or it's like a D. Like it's just and that's just kind of the direction they went. Like there's parts of like kind of the thought process that got them there that I like as far as like you spend first round picks on premier positions. So, defensive tackle has become a premier position. And so like I get that, even though there wasn't really anyone in this draft D-tackle wise I was super enthralled with, in the first round. But like I get it. I don't necessarily agree with it right now, but I get it. So yeah, I mean just not the direction maybe I would have went, but that's just kind of how it is. Like, and now you just kind of you kind of see if what they saw and what they heard when they talked to him, if that ultimately plays out. But it was definitely a position of need. I mean, they're still a really young group in the defensive line, but that's adding someone that gives you something that you didn't really have from other guys. Jalen Redmond, more of like a penetrator. Levi Drake Rodriguez, who's a small school guy who did some good stuff, but still, like they didn't have anybody that was like that.
Yeah, no, definitely. So what? I mean, we're going to talk a lot of draft today. Let's just be real here. So because my first round pick was probably better than your first round pick, and that's why. Hey, we got the jersey already for our first round pick. Look at that.
And it's even got the one on it,
right? But the biggest surprise at first, I thought we were going to be Carter being the first receiver at 4 is probably going to be nope. It's Simpson going at 13. I don't know if you had a chance to see Sean McVay's.
Yeah, he kind of had a pouty face.
He did. He was really short.
He kind of looked like he was 4 years old and told he couldn't get ice cream.
Yeah, so I don't know if he wasn't fully on board with the pick of that, but nonetheless, it was a big surprise to go 13.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, and I know a lot of people say, well, Packers do that and all that, but Rodgers wasn't 13 and Jordan Love wasn't 13. I mean,
no, they were in the 20s.
And this is a little bit different where your starter literally just won MVP. And I know there's been talk about his back and whether he's going to be able to play or that. And you were maybe a couple plays away from going to the Super Bowl. So you could have gotten somebody that maybe impacted your team this year. We can make the case whether or not, I think the thing that you and I would both agree, and a lot of people would agree, it was just a big surprise they went that route.
Right. Yeah. I mean, the guy that is probably doing the most, kind of puffing out his chest and rightfully so is probably Dan Orlovsky.
Oh, God, yeah.
Because that was something he had kind of called out earlier on. And I think, myself and a lot of other people kind of rolled their eyes at. I mean, my thing with, I just kind of from what we see in the lead up, like with Ty Simpson, I didn't see it.
And the thing is too, I don't know who said it last night, but to compare it, guy doesn't have a lot of college snaps, and they compared it to like Anthony Richardson and who was the other one? But it wasn't a great comp.
Like that, no, that's generally something that doesn't bode well for like first round quarterbacks. I mean, you can even go back 2 years ago to JJ McCarthy.
Yeah.
And he was someone that they thought, people, it was said that relatively speaking, like he didn't have a ton of snaps, and he was 2 years maybe?
Yeah.
And my thing when I look at Simpson, at least kind of from the outside looking in as a prospect, is he's not very big. He's 6 feet.
Yep.
He's 6 foot 210, whatever. Like, and he's not like the tools. I don't know. Like, he doesn't exactly have like a big arm. Like, so it's not like he's this kind of physical freak, so to speak, that you're kind of molding. Where you mentioned the Packer examples. With Rodgers and Love, those are two guys who were. They sat and they developed, but you didn't really question the physical skill they had. You knew, like, okay, they got an arm. Like,
right.
it's just kind of you
fine
took
tuning it a little bit.
Yeah, exactly. Whereas here, it's like, well, how much are you going to be able to get out of that? Like, on the one hand, you have to believe supreme trust that Sean McVay can do it. So, like, that's kind of why maybe I'm not as I say outspoken, but just like as willing to kind of poo-poo on the pick because, like, okay, Sean McVay is like one of the best at this. So, like, if someone can get it out of Ty Simpson, it's him. But on the other hand, it's like I just don't know how much is there to begin with. Like, this is a guy that played a half a good season. He played a good first half of last year with Alabama, and then down the stretch, he wasn't very good.
Right.
So, I don't know. Like, at this point, I'm not going to necessarily doubt the Rams, but at the same time, I was just kind of like, oh, well, I mean, I guess better your team than my team, even though that wasn't going to be an option. But it's just like, okay, well, if someone else is doing something you think is a mistake, well, just let them do it.
And that's why I think you kind of agree. I don't like grading drafts the day after, the night or morning after. Let's let it play out and see what happens, and maybe it does work out. I don't know if the optics aren't great on McVay talking after it, and it's remember this is McVay who apparently. With Jared Goff, yes, he went to the Super Bowl. Jared Goff didn't win, but was like, this isn't going to be the guy that's going to lead us. So obviously they made the move with Stafford and such. So I don't know. It'll be interesting to kind of see it progress here and in that. But, just the fact that he's going to come in and compete with Stetson, just like very curt and all that. And yeah, I don't know, but we'll see it play out. It's just, I don't know what broadcast you were watching last night.
I watched NFL Network.
That's the one I was in.
Yep.
So first of all, I think this was the Jay Glazer tease, right? I mean, I did a couple days ago when he's like, I got something juicy, but I can't say it until they're on the clock. It was that.
Yeah.
But Ian Rappaport, right before the pick, like, I appreciate, he obviously knew, right? He knew this was going to probably be, but then you drop that nugget right before the pick. Oh, Simpson, when he was thinking about coming out for the draft, his family reached out to Les Snead from the Rams to get his opinion, and Snead said that he was a first-round pick. And then literally a minute later, Ty Simpson's the Rams' first-round pick.
Right.
So it's like, so I appreciate not leaking that early on. But, it's with the whole NFL reporters and sources.
Right.
Yep.
And like once the draft started, for the most part, at least especially through the Vikings pick, I just kind of stayed away.
I was not on Twitter
because look, I mean, I had kind of as I was watching some live streams and stuff of people doing it, like, and they weren't spoiling either, but like you would always be like a pick or two ahead. So like who picked before the line? Oh, the Jets at 16, like. Basically, it was like the Jets, and I think at that point, maybe the Lions, and I think maybe even the Vikings had their picks in, and it was kind of reported. So, but I didn't, I was just waiting.
Yep. I'm the same way. I stay off Twitter.
Yeah.
I stay off social media as much as I can.
I just want to kind of take it in organically.
I do find a weird trend, though, sometimes when one of the analysts they're like debating on who this is going to be, and then it's like, well, it actually could maybe be this guy, and then all of a sudden it's like, boom, it's that guy.
Well, and it's funny because that's not necessarily a new thing because, I mean, Chris Berman did that a lot too. And it wasn't necessarily he was spoiling it, but like I think his joke was always, because when it was in New York, he's always like, oh, a cab driver told me this. And then, obviously he had some other info, but like that's just one of kind of those things that goes with it. But to me, like you said, it's a little bit different there versus 5 minutes before it's actually announced. Seeing some insider report it.
So I think it was that Jets pick with the tight end. I think it was who's the guy on the college guy? Joel
Klatt.
Joel Klatt said something about, or it could be the tight end. And then it's like the tight end.
Yeah, because the talk was, I think, Lemon.
Yeah.
Where it's like, then he just kind of throws that in there, and then that's ultimately what it is.
Right. So I don't know if he knew or if it was just a good thing.
Guess.
Right. But it was, a lot of trades in the back end. Was there a team that you thought, again, I don't want to grade.
Right.
I think you're kind of saying, but you look at it on the surface like, dang, that was not a bad night for this. I thought the Jet, like Eli mentioned, the Jets.
Yeah.
I thought did on paper a good job.
Obviously the teams with a couple picks are going to probably, you just have more that you did, like the Giants. being able to kind of do what they did. Pass rush is one of the things you can just never have enough of.
Oh God, they're loaded now. Holy moly!
So that's just one of the it's never a bad thing to have more be able to get after the passer. And then maybe I just like the Giants' second pick because of his interview. Like it just kind of cracked me up where he's just basically telling Jackson Dart and he's just like
the Eagles and their plethora of wide receivers now.
Right.
It's
kind of like we were texting, like, could it be any more obvious that A.J. Brown's getting traded?
Yeah. Yeah.
But obviously you just got to wait for June 1st for it. But it's like, okay, come on. Like,
it's clearly obvious
it's
now.
going,
And then they got Hollywood Brown. They signed Dontavian Wicks after the trade to $12 million. Now they got a wide receiver. They've got Devontae Smith.
So obviously they're hedging their bet on, okay, so we're going to move on from this guy, but we've still got these other options. That makes sense. Like, I think the thing that's going to be interesting for me is obviously on the Vikings end of thing, the Dylan Thieneman connection with him going to Chicago. That's something people are going to keep an eye on.
Mm-hmm.
But also, it's kind of a similar case, and maybe even more so because they traded with Dallas and Philly.
Yeah.
And they've traded before, so it's not like that's crazy. But the fact that, Mekhi Lemon, like, if he becomes a great receiver, obviously the Eagles fans may give Cowboys fans some crap for, you helped us get this guy. But if he doesn't, then Cowboys fans be like, It's just interesting when that happens with divisional people.
Right. Yep. And I think, what was it, last time those two they talked about traded, it was Eagles got Devontae Smith, Cowboys got Micah Parsons, and then it was weird because then the spots that they switched was the Micah Parsons trade for Green Bay.
Right.
And the Eagles got a wide receiver again. So
yeah.
And then Cowboys drafted an edge rusher.
Right. So the world works in mysterious ways sometimes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Would you say I'll admit I thought the Cardinals were playing it up with the rumor.
I thought they were kind of putting it out there as kind of like oh no, we'll do it. We'll draft him. You better come trade with us if you want him.
Yeah.
But no,
it, to me now too, the Simpson going to the Rams is even more interesting because I wonder if the Cardinals had any idea.
Right.
Because the Cardinals were always attached as a team that was going to trade
trading
back
into the back end of the first round. Like, that's kind of what I expected. Like, a team, like the Texans or whoever it was that traded into like that last 6 picks, and they obviously they wouldn't take a quarterback, but like that was maybe the sweet spot for that.
Yep.
But honestly, at this point, if I'm the Cardinals, I'm not drafting a quarterback because we know what this is.
Yeah.
You've got Jacoby Brissett, who apparently wants more money, and Gardner Minshew. Like, we know what this is.
Yeah.
We know what you're doing, and I'm not faulting him for it, but like don't do anything to suggest, unless maybe if you want to throw a 7th round pick at Jack Strand. I'm just gonna say that.
Yeah.
But otherwise, like,
I did see the billboard finally on Sunday too. So,
did you? Okay, yeah. It's right off 20, right by Elk Mound, 29. But don't do anything to change or to alter from the big picture, which is quarterback 2027.
Mm-hmm. And I think that's where the Jets one's intriguing too, because with their 2 offensive picks, they set them up for whoever that quarterback's going to be for next year. Just don't be too good so you don't draft
and that's kind of the catch-22. Like, I always like the idea when it comes to drafting a quarterback of, like, don't drop a quarterback into a bad situation and then put pieces around him. Try to put some pieces around him before you drop him in there.
Right.
Because you're giving him a much better position to succeed versus, well, we're starting over our rebuild and you're a quarterback, but you kind of don't got a whole lot around you. But at the same time, you can't always predict that.
Yep.
If you got the one and that's your guy, well, then that's your guy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right, we got to take a quick break. Plenty more to get to, though. We'll be right back in just a couple minutes. By the way, I got to give a shout out to my guy Brandon. He came through with the frozen pizza hat.
Yeah.
It's probably going to make my kid jealous, but I don't care. I like it. I'm actually glad I went with the snapback.
Yeah.
It's really comfortable.
Right. And then, because went to Wisconsin Timberwolves game last Saturday, and I told Dan, I'm like, hey, look, I'll keep an eye out if you want me to, look and see, because that was initially going to be on our plan for when we went to the draft last year, but that's a little out of the way.
Yeah.
So, but yeah. So got you that. Pick myself up a T-Rats hoodie. So
Did you?
Yeah.
You didn't go with the frozen pizza?
no. I thought about it, but I just wanted to a regular old gray T-Rats hoodie, just because I had no Timber Rattler stuff. So now I just got to get something for the Nashville Sounds and the new one, the Weston Warbirds, whatever it is.
That's right, because you do have a Shuckers. I've seen you wear the Shuckers.
I wear that, and I like. It's just like a long sleeve, but it's like a dry fit long sleeve. I wear that thing a lot, but like when I was there, I'm like, well, maybe it was because it was like 90 degrees in July, but I'm like, I don't know if I need a hoodie, so I just got that, and it was. I wear that thing all the time.
I love minor league, summer league baseball when they do different versions. Did you see what the Madison Mallards are doing? They've got a bunch of different themes this year, but I might have to get this hat. I'm sorry, Express. I might have to get this hat. A big Lebowski theme. They've got the Lebowski with a baseball bat, and then the brim is the carpet.
Oh my gosh.
Or the rug that tied the room together. And the players are wearing like jersey, like Lebowski, like the hoodie or the sweatshirt, excuse me, and like the Zuba pants or whatever you want to call them. I'm like,
I really hope they better have like a big deal on White Russians that day.
oh, I didn't even think of that, but you're exactly right. You're exactly right. Oh, but yeah, that hat, it looked pretty sweet. So I'm like, oh, because that's one of my favorite movies of all time. So, but it's like, yeah, it's Lebowski with a baseball bat. I'm like, well done. And the carpet.
There are some times I feel like John Goodman, and I'm not going to repeat the line verbatim, but am I the only one that cares about the rules?
Yes. This is Nam. Man, there's so many quotes we could say, but we get so much in trouble.
Right. So
I wish I had a really close. Can I just change your name to Donnie? Oh man. Well, all right, back on track here.
Back on track. As much as we get it back on track.
Yeah. So all right. Well, you got your defensive tackle now. What's the next biggest need that you'd like to see your team address today?
Secondary, be a corner safety. I think, once you get into the second round, I mean, I talked kind of in my mock draft about kind of safety maybe not being the most high, like, positional value first round pick. And I think we even saw it a little bit with Thieneman where, he went 25 where, the hype was kind of Minnesota being the floor.
Yeah.
So, but I mean, there's some second round safeties I do like. AJ Halsey, I like Genesis Smith maybe a little bit more than most, just as like a center field kind of guy. But there's also corners out there too. I think getting a little, regardless of whether Harrison Smith is coming back or not.
Yeah.
I just I think it's good to maybe get another safety kind of in the room to go with the group that they have. Otherwise, you could go receiver. I do think center is a spot that you'll see at some point tonight from them. That third round I mentioned in my mock is kind of a sweet spot for it. And there's a bunch of guys it could be. So, I mean, I'm not too particularly picky on who.
Right.
But, getting a young guy behind, it sounds like Blake Brandel is going to be the guy to start the year, and that's fine. I mean, he's a guy that's played everywhere on the line and, had some good games, had some bad games last year, but when you're throwing a guy that hadn't played center before at center, that's not a bad outcome.
Right.
So, a guy that can kind of, if he's ready, he can push him. If not, then maybe he's just a backup for a year. And otherwise, running back. I mean, running back, there's just not a lot of them. I mean, obviously we knew Jeremiah Love would be off the board. I think people were really connecting Jadarian Price with the Seahawks at the end of the first round.
Which I was surprised Seattle, for all the trades in the back, for Seattle to only have 5 picks and they did not trade.
Right, yeah.
That kind of surprised me.
I think that kind of also tells you that they must have really liked Jadarian Price. But otherwise, Emmett Johnson and not Jonah Coleman. Is it Jonah Coleman? Coleman, I know from the receiver from Washington, or running back from Washington. Is it Jonah Coleman?
I think you're right.
But
you have me second guessing.
Right. I'm just trying to think.
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. For a number of years now, I was thinking of a different Coleman running back, but yeah, either of those guys I think would be fine if they went, today. But I mean, a lot of. I mean, I'm not too locked in on. Well, it has to be this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So
Would you have rather have had that Oregon safety with the 18th pick?
probably. I just think maybe again, Banks is such a hit or miss, and I mean, you saw with some of the big names, Bill Kuiper and Daniel Jeremiah, and even like Dane Brugler from the Athletic, they all had Banks as more of a second round guy because of the injury concerns, and then just maybe the lack of consistency for someone that is as talented as he is. So probably, I mean, I think if it was my pick at that point, I think Mekhi Lemon probably would have been the guy I would have went with, because I never would have shied away from adding another receiver.
Mm-hmm.
But the draft is 3 days for a reason, I guess. So you kind of see what happens next.
Right. What'd you think about the shortened rounds? I saw you had a tweet about 3 hours.
Yeah, like I mean, it moved. Like
Yeah,
it moved. It was done in like 3 hours.
Yeah.
Which I get for like the viewer. Like I get it. Like, hey, that's good. 'Cause
Selfishly, I loved it.
selfishly,
because,
I loved it, but at the same time, I also loved the kind of the faux point of pride of being able to kind of grind through it.
Mm-hmm.
Of like, oh no, I sat through it, even though it took forever, kind of a thing.
Yeah.
But no, ultimately, it's a good thing. Like, and look, here's the thing: it went 3 hours, and there was still enough pomp and circumstance where it could have went like 2.5.
Oh yeah.
If they really wanted it to.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm sure for them, spanning 7 to 10 was perfect.
Yeah.
Because that is just all in prime time.
Yep.
So it worked out well for the NFL.
I agree. All right, we got to take our final break as we approach halftime. We'll be right back in just a couple minutes. Mark your calendars because on May 2nd, Saturday, May 2nd at the VFW Post 305, it is the American Legion Baseball Meat Raffle at 3 p.m. Head on over there and help raise funds to support American Legion Baseball. Who doesn't love a good meat raffle in Wisconsin? Right, Brandon? So, again, put it on your calendars. Saturday, May 2nd, 3 p.m. at the VFW Post 305 for the American Legion Baseball Meat Raffle. Surveyor's got our trivia question here. He says, good morning, DK and Brandon. Trivia time, NFL Draft Edition. Packers have had 8 second-round picks since 2020. Can you name at least 5 players? Brandon, the Vikings, for some reason, hate second-rounders and have only had 2 second-round picks since 2020.
That's true. Like, no, and
it's like, I did not realize that.
To me, that is absolutely not surprising. Because, I mean, that was kind of a point of contention with Kwesi Adolfo-Mensah, even though that also goes back to the last few years of Rick Spielman, where I think it was during Adolfo-Mensah's era, he had half as many top 100 picks as, like, the Packers and the Lions.
Wow.
and people kind of dinged him for his draft. It's like, but also he didn't have that many picks. So it's like,
right.
How do you do well in the draft? Well, generally, you just have more picks.
Right.
So especially top 100 ones. So, no, that's not surprising at all.
Can you name them, or do you want to wait till after the break and think about it a little bit? So it's since 2020.
So second rounders.
Second rounders.
So the Vikings
and there's only 2 of them.
Boy, we can wait.
You want to wait?
Yeah, we can wait.
A little drama to it. I think I could do 5 out of the 8. So I already thought of 3 right away. So, yeah, I think I could do we'll wait till past the 8 o'clock. Just past top of the 8. We'll kick off the 8 o'clock hour with that. How about that? That makes sense. Try to spit it out, Dan. So
I've got one.
You got one.
But since it's since 2020, yep. Obviously that means it had to be in 2020.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
So I've got one. I just got to think of who the guy in 2020 was.
All right. So I think I'm going to try for the 8. I think I can do it.
All right.
I think I'm going to do it. I'm going to try to show off a little bit. So we'll see if I can do that. Or maybe try to get as much as possible. So, all right, just a couple minutes left. So, coming up next hour, here's the plan. We'll do that. We'll answer Surveyor's trivia question. We've got a little cream of the crop. We've got a little pump the brakes, full throttle, AGM Automotive. We got some local sports roundup brought to you by Carpet City Flooring Center. We'll talk some Brewers baseball. The Bucks have a new head coach. 2 thumbs up, 1 thumb up, 2 thumbs down, 1 thumb down. How do you rate it and that such? Brewers begin a series with the Pirates starting tonight. Paul Skeens, Brandon Woodruff. Brandon's going to the game tomorrow, where he will see the Miz Kid on the. Is it the Windbreaker game?
The Miz, yep.
Windbreaker. So that means next Friday you're going to be coming in wearing a windbreaker probably. So if they have your size,
they do.
They do.
They don't have many sizes. Like they don't have Wisconsin sizes for many people, but yeah.
So we still have lots to get to here before we plus obviously day 2 of the draft in rounds 2 and 3. So Packers fans, we're going to be on the clock tonight. Who is a player that is left that is kind of the target, or who do you think that Green Bay should go after? All right, you can make your picks. Let us know. Hit us up on that Shoe Doctors bullpen line, 715-830-1912, or on the Section 105 chats where apparently our Ty says, I'm literally wearing my Madison Muskies Mallards theme shirt right now. That is another theme, is the Muskies. I think they incorporate like a fish fry with it, which is awesome. And they got another one too, the dog bat boy. Dog bat boy. I was like, dang it. So, all right, halftime, quick break, and we'll be back in just a couple minutes. All right, here we go. Hour 3, quarter number 3 kicks off right now. Happy Friday, everybody. Hopefully you're all off to a fantastic start and ready for the weekend that'll be nearly upon us. We're going to do here in just a little bit some local sports roundup brought to you by Carpet City Flooring Center. We'll do a little AJM Automotive, pump the brakes, full throttle. We've got cream of the crop coming up here in just a sec, but should we do our trivia question for Surveyor? So again, if you're just joining in, Surveyor said our trivia question, I have to name 5 of the 8 second-round picks for the Packers since 2020. The Vikings have only had 2 since 2020. So, Brandon, you got to name all 2. Good luck.
All 2. I think I can name both of them.
And I got your answers here.
Yeah, I think I know it.
All right.
Andrew Booth Jr., 2022, and it took me for a bit. 2020 was Ezra Cleveland.
Well done.
That's why it took me a second on that one. I'm like, who was it in 2020? Because, well, there's a lot of things in 2020 I just don't remember very well.
Yep. Nice,
right.
Nice.
Tackle,
Good
turn
work.
Guard, and now Jacksonville Jaguar.
Yep. Nice. Good work.
And but we talked about the lack of second round picks, but the fact is neither of them are with the Vikings anymore.
Nope.
So obviously that has been kind of a position of not strength for them here recently.
Kind of like Packers third round picks besides Tucker Kraft maybe. So, all right. So I only need 5 of the 8. I'm going to try to do as many as possible here. So since 2020 was A.J. Dillon. That's 1. Last year was Anthony Belton. Lucas Musgrave. Christian Watson. Jaden Reed. So that's 5 right there. Let's go. I thought I could do a couple more here. I got the 5. Tucker was a 3rd. Ryan was a 3rd. Cooper and Bullard. That's 7.
One more.
I don't know if it was 2020 or not, or if it was before 2020. I don't think it was, but I'll say Josh Myers, the center. Can't remember if he was technically a 2nd or a 3rd, and if that fits that wheel. But that's okay. So that's 8 guesses. So we'll see. I have to wait from Surveyor to see if I got them. That's 8, right? Yeah, I did 8. While we wait, let's do cream of the crop, shall we? Cream of the crop, Brandon. Who are you rolling with?
Cream o' the crop.
Cream of wheat.
Cream of wheat. You know what? I don't know if I've ever given this guy his flowers, but I guess now would be the good time after last night. I'm just going to go Fernando Mendoza. Like, throughout this whole process, like, just been very impressed with him.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if I was a Raiders fan, I would feel pretty good. Like, I don't think he's going to be an elite, top 2 or 3 quarterback. I think Jeremiah made the comparison to Matt Ryan.
Oh, okay.
Which I think makes sense. It's like a tall pocket. Like, I've been very impressed with them. And and even like, I think he's going into a good position too. Having Kirk Cousins there is that bar to set, like a good person to learn from.
Yeah.
Like, and I think at this point, Kirk kind of understands what the role is.
Inadvertently, and I hate to say this because we do have a Raiders fan in the building here.
Yeah.
And I say inadvertently because I think they've had a decent offseason.
Yeah.
Max Crosby not getting traded.
Right.
Bringing
Tyler
him back.
Linderbaum.
Yeah.
I mean, they overpaid, but they had a ton of money. So that's one of those spots where I think you're okay overpaying. And it's a 3-year deal for his prime. So it's not like,
right.
It's a forever kind of a thing. So no, they
drafted Ashton Genty last year.
Right.
So.
And I obviously he did not have a good year last year. I don't really put much of that on him.
I like their head coach hiring of Kubiak. So
I think they're doing some good things.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So no, that's a good one. I am gonna go. Oh, I got them all right too.
Did you really?
Yeah.
Woo!
Not in correct order, but
doesn't matter. You got them all right.
We batted 1,000 today. Air 5. Yeah. My career of the crop. I'm gonna go Victor Wembanyama, becoming this surprised the heck out of me. The first ever unanimous defensive player of the year.
Wow.
I know.
That's
First
great.
time that has ever happened. We've had Gary Payton win it. We've had Michael Jeffrey Jordan win it a couple times. Dikembe won it how many times? Ben Wallace won it how many times? Dennis Rodman.
Yeah.
Victor Wembanyama was the first ever to win it unanimously. Now, I don't know if that means because the defense sucks in the NBA right now, and it was way better back then, so there was more options to choose from, or whatever. But it's like, I got to give him that's
Yeah,
I did my sports confession earlier this week. I know the Wembanyama hype when he first came out, but I was kind of like, is he going to reach that height? And he has so far.
Yep.
So I got to give him some roses. So, but yeah, that's my cream of the crop. So we've got surveyor said remaining guys I want the Packers draft: Caden McDonald, Christian Miller, Jennings, Dunker. The Culver's thing is just
he is the most Iowa-looking Iowa lineman that there's ever been, and that's a compliment.
Yeah, I did see one mock that has him going to Denver. I'm like, of course, because who else is over there at Denver?
Yeah,
Quinn.
Yeah,
right.
yeah. Quinn Meinerz.
Yeah, from Whitewater.
Yes.
So it's like, oh, of course that would work for that.
They're gonna team up, and then they're gonna open a Culver's franchise in Denver.
Right. So, oh man. Do you want to do local sports now, or do you want to do some AGM automotive pump the brakes? Full
Your
throttle?
call. It's your show.
If you're ready to do some local sports,
we can do that.
Let's kick
Tell
that
you
up.
what.
So
Yeah, let's start with golf.
okay.
Because I saw a fair amount of golf this week. Tuesday at the Western Clover Belt meet at Lake Wissota, and then yesterday at the Big Rivers meet at Lake Hallie, site of the Casper Classic.
Yep.
And they played the back nine like we did last year. So
There you go.
but
Did you give any tips on what they should do?
I would
now?
never. I would not give tips because they are all better than I am. So no, I would not be the type of person you would be seeking tips from. But yeah, we can start with that. Yesterday at Lake Hallie, and it was Rice Lake picking up the team win there. It was a really tight competitive matchup in the face of some really stiff winds, which those of you that have ever golfed there, the wind was coming out of the south. So I didn't really look into it too much, but I'd be curious to see how many of the players really tried to let it fly on hole 18 knowing you had the wind at your back.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that wouldn't make much of a difference for me, but if you're someone like Justice that can really get into a ball, it probably would have. But yeah, Rice Lake, you look confused.
Why was I not mentioned?
I don't know. I never golf with you because you never golf.
I golfed with you last year.
Once.
And?
It wasn't there. You got to golf with me more than once a year before you're in my golf mental depth chart.
Moving on.
But yeah, Rice Lake picked up the team win. They shot at 144 with River Falls, Hudson. It was really close. I mean, you had the top seven all separated by like less than 20 strokes.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, a shot here, a shot there. It was River Falls' Ryan Swanson who shot I believe that'd be a 2-under. I got to double check on that, but yeah, 2-under, 33 on the back nine, which not easy to get to earn medalist honors there. But I mean, I think early on, it seems like the thing with the Big Rivers as far as boys golf is it's pretty balanced.
Mm-hmm.
In the past we've seen the Eau Claire Memorials, the Hudsons of the world, really kind of control it, and they still have good teams, but like I think there's just more teams capable of challenging now, which is obviously going to make it very interesting anytime you go out for something like that. So,
right.
And then on the boys' end, I mentioned as the Western Clover Belt meet Tuesday when they were at Wissota. Bloomer has been pretty dominant early on there as far as meets go. They finished first again last night at a conference meet at Cadott at Whispering Pines. So I mean, they've got a really experienced group at the top. Tegan Steele, who's going to go golf at Stout, actually, has been, going to come out of the gate soaring. Connor Gould, another senior who's, a really good, strong golfer for them. Bodie Baraboo, all-conference guy last year. I mean, when you're kind of leading with three veteran seniors at the top, you're putting yourself in a good position there. So, I mean, they're a team that not just regular season, but also once we get to the Division II postseason, might be a threat to make a run. Cadott in Division III is going to probably be that team as well. Stanley Boyd. They've been up there, even though they've got some newer guys in the mix as well. So, yeah, I mean, talking with people kind of this week, Mother Nature's been pretty cooperative for us to start, especially for golf. Like, I mean, they've probably already had more good weather meets than they had for like going into May last year.
Yeah,
that seems to be the prevailing theory among coaches is like, we've been fortunate so far. So fingers crossed that can continue there. So.
Yeah, no doubt. So
yeah, but and then I mean, shifting gears to baseball. We had some games last night that kind of got washed out. In progress, I think Eau Claire North was, they were was it New Richmond they were playing? I forget who, but there was someone where they had a game that was kind of in progress that they didn't quite get going or finish up with. Sorry, it was Rice Lake. And I know Chippewa Falls had that with the same situation with River Falls. So, I mean, those are games that, they're going to obviously want to, get wrapped up. So we're still pretty early baseball-wise. Big Rivers, Chippewa Falls, and Hudson are both unbeaten early on, very early on in the play. But they play next week, I believe, on Tuesday, Thursday. So that's kind of a big early season one. I mean, those will be a rematch of last year's sectional semifinal, which Hudson won on the way to state. So in the Western Clover Belt, you got Regis and Elk Mound kind of at the top right now. I don't think that's a big surprise. Regis brought a lot back from last year. Elk Mound was a game from state last year, and moving into the Western Clover Belt, and Elk Mound's got a tremendous history of success in baseball, so not too much of a surprise there. So otherwise, in the Dun St. Croix, Durand, Arkansas, early on, Mondovi, those are in Boyceville. Boyceville, another one that's kind of got a nice history, won state championship a few years back. So you're going to have, if they're not kind of getting those games in today, you're going to have a lot of non-conference action going on around. So just need to keep stacking good weather days.
Right.
And so we can get those in, because baseball, baseball in the Big Rivers and in the Western Clover Belt, they go the Tuesday, Thursday schedule. So, you want to make sure you can kind of get those in, because a lot of times your Fridays and even your Saturdays, that's where you're putting your non-conference games.
Okay.
So you really can't afford to have too many weather makeups.
Right.
So softball, a lot more of those teams got their games in last night. I know Chippewa Falls picked up a win over Rice Lake. So right now they're hot on the heels of New Richmond, who's unbeaten in the conference. And obviously those two teams have not met up yet. So Menominee in third at 4-2. Chippewa's got a couple wins over the Mustangs there. So in the Western Clover Belt, Tuesday, McDonald picking up the big win over Stanley Boyd. Those are two, probably I would say maybe the two favorites in the conference. And, McDonald doing that. And then coming back last night, McDonald picking up the win over Elk Mound, and Kelsey Brenda's for McDonald pitching a no-hitter.
Ooh, okay.
She is, in the circle, and then also at the plate has been, a really a premier leader for the MAC so far this year. So McDonald has a big game today against Grantsburg, a non-conference game, but that's a big game as far as postseason goes. And actually, that's one of the places I'll be tonight, is hanging out at Casper Park. So, but that'll be an interesting one, because Grantsburg, they've been kind of the team that's been battling Fall Creek in the sectionals the last few years, and this year Grantsburg bumps back down to Division IV, and that's a heavyweight matchup. So that'll be kind of a good litmus test for both of those teams. So otherwise, you got Bloomer. They're off to a really strong start as well. They can, as always, they can put the bat on the ball, but they've been getting good pitching out of Alicia Keel and Eddie Zwiefelhofer. So that's a team that's going to be, I think, right in the prime of the mix there as well. And Fall Creek, a team that's younger, but at the same time, I think a team that you kind of figure with their coaching there, by the time we get to the end of the regular season, they're going to probably have themselves in a pretty confident position. So, And then Dun St. Croix wise, you got Colfax. They're starting strong as well. That's another one of those D4 teams, along with McDonald and Grantsburg, that those are the three that are probably going to be there at the end, and they're unbeaten right now in DSC competition. Some big bats in that lineup, some good pitching. So yeah, we're about to hit May, and that's kind of when the rubber meets the road as far as some of these sports go. It's kind of crazy to think about, but we're a month or less away from postseason for some of these sports.
Right. Yeah. No doubt. All right. If you're done, I'll go to the college side.
There's plenty on the college side.
All right. So let's start off with we'll start off with the Blue Golds here, because we've got baseball action coming your way this weekend. A couple doubleheaders both on Saturday and Sunday. At Carson Park, they're going to be going up against Platteville. So that'll all begin starting tomorrow. Softball-wise, for the Blue Golds, they're going to be hitting the road with a doubleheader against La Crosse tomorrow. The softball team coming off of a sweep against Stevens Point the other day. Let's go to little tennis, because we're starting to wrap up that regular season. On the men's side, they're going to be going up against the Milwaukee School of Engineering. That's going to be in Eau Claire on Saturday before the WIAC Championships next week. And then for women's tennis, they had the WIAC tournament going on this week. They defeated Oshkosh on Tuesday. They fell to La Crosse. On Thursday. They also got Milwaukee School of Engineering coming up this weekend too. So Golf-wise, we're wrapping up this season here, too. The men's team's going to be at the SJU Spring Invitational in Minnesota, whereas women's golf is going to be taking on UW Lacrosse on Sunday. And then track and field, this is that time of year. They're going to be kind of split up. We've got the Drake relays going on, but also the Dick and Mary Johnson Invitational, which is at Eau Claire on Upper Campus at Simpson Field. That'll be tomorrow. So stout-wise, again, full up schedule here. They're very similar with the track and field, Drake relays, and at Eau Claire for the Dick and Mary Johnson invite. Men's golf is also at the SJU Spring Invitational. Women's golf's at Wartburg Spring Invite. Baseball is going to be at your alma mater, UW Oshkosh. And softball is also going to be at UW Oshkosh, too. Flag football for UW Stout is also in action this weekend. That is your local sports roundup, brought to you by Carpet City Flooring Center. Really quick question from Surveyor for both of us, to both of you. If Jermod McCoy drops the Vikings or Packers, how would you feel if your team takes him, considered a top 10 overall talent when healthy? After talking to Dr. Crow this morning, no thank you.
That was the same thing I was going to say. Like, because I was someone that last night I was like, okay, yeah, for the reason he brought up, like, yeah, if he's healthy, he's a top 10 prospect.
Yeah.
But then after hearing what Dr. Crow said, I was kind of like, someone else can do that.
I don't want to go another David Bakhtiari route, and the bone plug that they're calling it, that he might need that replaced, and hearing what Dr. Crow had to say about that, I'll pass.
Well, and look, this is another one of those things you get with listening to the show. Like, how many other sports shows basically got a doctor on retainer that they talk to and can tell you this stuff?
Right. Because, honestly, I would have been, Jermod McCoy's still available.
Yeah,
we need a corner.
Yeah, once you get to that position, day two, and both our teams could use some corners. So it's like, take that swing. But
because everybody says ACL's fine. It's the cartilage thing, and I think before we even had Dr. Crow on, I'd be like, ACL's the most important thing.
Maybe not.
Pump the brakes.
Yeah.
And so nope, I don't.
I'll
not
pass.
For a second round pick.
Yeah.
Not for a second. So. All right, tell you what, let's take a quick break and let's play a little Pump the Brakes Full Throttle. That's coming up after these quick words. Going on at Hy-Vee right now through the weekend. It's the 3-day 99-cent sale, Brandon. You can load up on a bunch of stuff for just 99 cents a piece. We're talking about Gatorade sports drinks. You got kiddos playing baseball this weekend. That'd be a good one to make sure that they're all hydrated and such. You've got Midwest pork or Hy-Vee Midwest pork loin ribeye or tenderized chops for just 99 cents. I mean, come on now. You got to this is an ad that's loaded. I can't read everything on here because we'd be here for a few minutes and such. So do yourself a favor. Go to the Hy-Vee Facebook page and you can see the flyer for the 99-cent sale. We're talking about boxes of Kraft mac and cheese. That's a hit in our house with the kiddos and such. So I mean, cucumbers, bunch of different drinks on here. So, or remember, the instant lunch, like the noodle bowls and such. That's 2 for 99 cents for crying out loud.
Boom.
So, check it all out. Hy-Vee Eau Claire for their 99-cent sale going on right now till Sunday. So, all right, dude, are you ready for a little AJM Automotive Pump the Brakes Full Throttle?
That means I give a thumbs up. That means yes.
Yes. Pump the brakes, full throttle. So let's start it off with a little Bucks chat. So Taylor Jenkins, all reports he's going to be the new head coach. The night before, so this was announced yesterday, Wednesday, Giannis was on Instagram with a little video. I don't know if you knew this or heard this, but he was like, video recording the Deer District and saying the Deer District should be full, and he's referring to should be playoffs. And the next day, Taylor Jenkins gets hired. Pump the brakes, full throttle. Was Giannis involved in that that coach decision because maybe he was with Bucks brass that night?
I'm going to say full throttle. I mean, I believe there had to be some sort of communication during that process.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think he found out when we found out.
Yeah.
And whether he's back or not, like that's still something I think you rope in your start. Now, you're not allowing them to make the decision, but I think it's important to keep him clued in on, hey, this is what we're thinking. What do you think?
Yeah.
Show you value his opinion.
Right. And with you, I don't know if that makes a difference with the hire. It is interesting that it was a very quick hire.
It was.
Because last week there was a thought that, okay, maybe Taylor Jenkins kind of takes his time if he is the top candidate. Maybe Orlando becomes available, they said.
Heck, if New York loses.
Right. Would those be other opportunities? Now, maybe money talked. Which could be, a pretty big deciding factor in that haul, too. But, I mean, if you're Taylor Jenkins and you're one of the best available, I would have to imagine you asked about Giannis.
Okay, so what's going on here? Yeah.
Right. So I don't know, if that means anything because it was a quick hire and that, but it did come to fruition a lot quicker than I thought it was going to.
I agree.
With that. So, but I agree with you. I'm full throttle. I know some people are saying that he wasn't involved or didn't have a say. I think there was some level of communication, especially, at least I hope there was maybe, because especially if Giannis is saying, there was no communication throughout the season, there had to be something with this, I would think. Right. Otherwise, if you didn't, then you might as well just say goodbye to him.
Right.
At this point. But I like the hire.
Yeah. I mean, it was the one that I think we were all kind of expecting. I think when you had the odds last week, it was the leader, and unfortunately the Budenholzer are coming back when we were having fun at those odds. But it makes sense. I mean, he's someone that's won. Like, he had success in Memphis. Obviously, there's the connection there. So like it makes sense.
Yeah. To follow it up, our friend Philly fan Dave did send a text a little bit ago because it's with the Bucks. Says, does it seem to anybody else like when good players like Dame or Turner come to the Bucks, they underperform and the Bucks end up being mid?
I mean, those are two examples of it. And Dame, obviously the injury comes into play, but even beforehand, like, and Turner, I think it was always going to be one of those things where maybe they kind of bought a bit high. But I mean, with those examples, you can't dispute it. It's true.
Yeah. It's like. And the Turner one, I don't know, was it just the lack of Giannis playing time and chemistry with that? I don't know, but I mean, you look at the numbers and you look at the stats, it's hard to argue against it.
Well, and the interesting thing is, with Taylor Jenkins, like kind of looking, kind of reading some things like what does he, basically what kind of coach is he? He's a defensive guy. And he's, especially when it comes to like rim protection.
I was just going to say, because they're talking about like offensive rebounds, he is like I want more shots, extra shots. You have to
right.
crash
So
the
maybe
boards.
that's something where that can kind of maybe utilize, certainly Miles Turner better. I mean, again, Giannis, we don't know, but like in a position like that where he can be more of a rim protector kind of guy, but then that can also play away from the basket.
Mm-hmm. Right. Let's do a little baseball with the Brewers because it sure seems like Tyler Black's getting called up.
I was kind of just looking into that now because I wanted to double check and see what his numbers were at AAA, and like they're good.
Mm-hmm.
Like and go, continue.
So pump the brakes, full throttle. Do you put him at third? Is that where he's been? Where does I guess that's pump the brakes, full throttle. You agree with bringing him up?
I will full throttle bring him up. He's not playing third. He hasn't played third for a bit. He's not. He's just.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I think that ship has kind of sailed. He got to a certain point, and they were just kind of like, okay, you're not third baseman. You're a first baseman, and you're an outfielder. So I'm bringing him up, and I'm playing him in left field, specifically against righties.
Mm-hmm.
But like, I want to see him get that shot, and then maybe you're sending back like Greg Jones or something like that. But like.
Yeah.
He is and honestly, I had forgotten he was I forgot about him.
Yeah.
But then I'd seen like he was just coming about the injury. Like I had forgotten about Tyler Black. Otherwise, he probably would have been up before that. But like he's hitting well in AAA. Like call him up, give him a legitimate opportunity in left field to see if he can maybe give you a little something, because he really hasn't gotten that. In the last the few times he's been called up by the Brewers, like a legitimate okay, we're gonna give you maybe a couple week runway here to play, most of the at-bats.
Right. Yeah. Because you look at that outfield, there's not a ton of power right now.
No.
With it. I mean, Lockridge, is it pump the brakes, full throttle? Has Lockridge been the best offensive outfielder so far for the Brewers?
I would say Garrett Mitchell.
Oh, yeah, Garrett. I kind of forget about him, too. So
right.
that's the other part,
but besides him, like, there's not, obviously there hasn't been a lot of power there, but there's average, there's on-base percentage.
Yep.
Obviously
RBIs.
You can steal, so, like, yeah, I would say full throttle besides Mitchell he has.
Mm-hmm.
So I think there's a way you can work that.
Yeah.
But, I mean, Tyler, I would say, Tyler Black up and just give him a shot. And then he's also someone that can play a little first base, too, if you need to. So there's that versatility in there as well.
Right. Pump the brakes, full throttle. They've got to overhaul their left side of the infield right now. Is it time for Cooper Pratt and Jet Williams?
I'm going to pump the brakes on that for now. With those guys, like I don't want to bring people up before they're ready.
Mm-hmm.
And I get it. They're not getting really anything out of, shortstop or third base offensively.
Yeah.
But like I kind of subscribe to what, Hunter told you a little bit earlier this week. I think I want to get into May before that happens. It's frustrating as it is. Like I just need a little more time.
Right. What is going on here?
Your phone is going crazy. I thought it was the Titanic theme there for a second.
Right. Yeah. So, what else do we got here? We've got pump the brakes, full throttle. Should we be concerned right now with where the standings are for the NL Central, because it is tight? It is.
I'm going
loaded.
to pump the brakes on that. Like, I'm actually going to look this up to kind of double check just to make sure I kind of know what they are. Like, I know the Brewers are in last, right?
Mm-hmm.
But they're 13-11. So, let's put it that way, 13-11. So they at 13-11 right now, they're on a pace to win 88 games.
Okay.
Like to put it that way. And yeah, they're 2.5, and they're 2.5 back of a Cubs team that has won 9 in a row, and a Reds team that's gotten off to a hot start. I'm not super concerned, and they still got they've got the second best run differential in the division. Like I get it's frustrating, and you look at the game like last night, and you're like, man, they really should have had they should have got that, but I'm not too concerned.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's definitely too early, but I do think it's playing out tougher than initially maybe. I think we knew it was going to be a better division overall, but the Cardinals have been a big surprise, I think, so far, right? With everything, how they've started and such. The Cubs have figured something out. Is that more about the Cubs, or is it more about the Mets and the Phillies, or just the Cubs playing them at the right time? It's probably a little bit of both.
I think it's probably a little bit of a bunch of different things
at that point. So, but we got 140 some of these games, 130 some of these games left to go here. So let's pump the brakes here. I know we want to have quick reactions to that in baseball, and I'm guilty of that too. But what are you looking up? You have this.
I'm just looking.
Oh, Okay, I thought you had something.
I don't have anything important to say. I never do.
All right. Pump the brakes, full throttle. We'll see 2 quarterbacks drafted in the second round.
I'm gonna pump the brakes. Like, I know that there's been some hype, like, oh, is Carson Beck moving up, and then what's his name, Garrett Nussmeier.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think so.
I don't think the Cardinals draft one in the.
No, like I said before, I think they just don't pick one.
Yeah,
unless it's a day 3 guy, but like no one that you're gonna put a bunch of like stock into.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would agree. I just don't see there's a team where they desperately need a starter that they would push and grab one of those guys.
Right. Don't get me wrong. I would love to see it in the first half of the first round, because then that's just a pick that,
First half, second round?
First half of the second round.
Yeah.
Because that's just a pick that my team's not going to make, and that might just push somebody down a little bit further.
Yeah.
So.
Nope. I would agree with that.
But I don't think it's going to happen.
Yeah. No, I am curious to see what's the position run going to be in the second half.
Right.
Is it corner? Is it offensive line? Is it edge? I mean, there was a ridiculous run last night on offensive linemen for as slow as it started for offensive line, and then all of a sudden it was like, everybody's got to get one now.
Yep.
So, and there's still a few that are. So I'm curious if it's going to be offensive line where people kind of jump up and get some of those big guys up there, because I mean, there's some good pass rushers that were taken off the board too. So, pump the brakes, full throttle. Did the Jets have the best night?
I'll go full throttle on that. I mean, look, part of it is they have 3 first-round picks.
Yeah.
That helps. But it seemed like the 3 first-round picks made sense.
It did. I think they set up whoever that quarterback's going to be next year.
Well, and they're giving Geno Smith a shot.
Yep. Brees Hall's going to be there. Garrett Wilson's going to be there. You got a rookie quarterback or a rookie wide receiver with Cooper. You got the tight end
with
coming
Sadiq,
in.
Yeah.
Yep.
So I could agree with that.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And then maybe they'll get an interception now that they got a edge rusher coming in. So maybe, just maybe.
Maybe they'll get one.
Maybe. So, all right. That's your AGM Automotive Pump the Brakes, Full Throttle. We'll take a quick break, and we'll be right back after these quick words. Pump the brakes or full throttle, Brandon. Just out of curiosity, we say we don't like to grade drafts and such. Do you still look at them when people kind of come out with
but it's
them?
just you do, but I don't I don't put much stock in it. Like it's just like, oh, okay. Like if I look and see like like his pick, it seems like it's like a C-ish. Like I said, if I was a grade, I would have said like a C-. But like, but I've been like, oh, okay. You just gonna move on. Like I'm not. My day is not going to be altered because a grade was very high or very low. So
yeah, because I was just kind of curious to see what Mel Kiper Jr. Picked. He said biggest winners and best picks. Number one was Mendoza. Jeremiah Love. He mentioned the Cleveland Browns, the Dallas Cowboys, the Baltimore Ravens, Philadelphia. He said the Jets. He liked the. I had Jordan Tyson above Carnell Tate on the wide receiver room, but they were back to back at number 7, 8. So I had no problem with Tennessee taking Tate at 4. Commanders he mentioned on here too. So Dolphins Chris Johnson match is fun. The Miami cornerback room was barren, and Johnson is a ball hawk. So I kind of look at stuff like that just to see what these draft experts.
Right. Well, I kind of laughed because it's like, oh, biggest winners on there is Eagles, Ravens. I'm like, they're always on there.
Yesterday, I was literally said, I don't want the next day to be coming in and saying, how did the Eagles get that guy? Because I feel like we say that almost every year. Eagles or Ravens. Like Ravens is a secondary. Like, how did they get another defensive back or something like that? But, yeah, at least it wasn't a Georgia player, I guess, for the Eagles. Yeah. Georgia defensive player and such. But
still could be, though.
Everybody's got their own grades in that.
Sure.
I look at a few different ones just to kind of see what the experts have to say out there and such. So, but still miss Mike Mayock.
I do too, especially for tomorrow.
Yeah, got to fill in that time with Mayock. But what is he doing? I know he just did a podcast or the other day
does he work for the Ringer?
Does he really?
He's doing something somewhere.
Okay, I did not know that.
I
know he did. Maybe that's where the podcast was. I saw the headline where he kind of admitted he screwed up the 19 draft with Farrell going number 4 and such. But
yeah, I always like Mayock.
I do too. But Daniel Jeremiah is solid too. I like Daniel Jeremiah.
Yep.
It's kind of like when we do the chats with Dr. Crow. I could throw something and we don't go through the questions ahead of time. It's unscripted on the fly, and he can rattle off that stuff. Watching these draft people get to like picks 200 or something, and they can still talk about this player. That fascinates me.
Yeah.
I think it's so cool. So, and kind of jealousy too. And I'll be honest, I can't pronounce 75% of the names, and these guys, they nail it. They know everything about them. I love when they go like NFL Network does. Let's test the truck. If they have a highlight film of that.
Yeah.
That's
Gonna have to keep an eye on tomorrow because I might have to, when that pops up, I might have to see it go the Jack Strand route.
Ooh.
See if they can test the truck on Jack Strand.
Yeah, because I've got baseball tomorrow, so I won't be able to.
I'll have to keep an eye out.
Let me know if they do. That would be a good one. Because then, they should. Because Pelissero tweeted a video. So you think
the video, because I do know that the coaching staff has really been wanting to make sure that video gets out there. Obviously, they would, but they obviously they want to make sure that there is some video out there of it,
right,
of him and the all 22 and all that good stuff. So
right, yeah, but so day 2 tonight we've got finally a Packers pick here coming up here. Who are the players, if you are a Packers fan or maybe you're an Eagles fan or whoever? Now that we are into day 2, rounds 2 and 3, what are the positions that you want to see your team address? Green Bay, it's probably the same that we've been saying for how many weeks now. But for you, maybe you mentioned already defensive backs, whether it's a safety or corner for Minnesota. Offensive line, right? Can never have too many offensive linemen on there. Now, you did mention to me last night, if he was there, a wide receiver.
Yeah.
Lemon, and I made a dad joke with it that you didn't appreciate. But nonetheless, does that mean you still would be good with a receiver coming up here, or was that just because it was a value at that point in time?
A little both. I mean, I'm a believer that a little bit like edge rushers, you can never have enough receivers, just because you never know. And I mean, we know Kevin O'Connell loves to throw the ball, so it would it was similar to my thoughts with Sadiq, but that one like a year from now, I mean Hawkinson could be gone. Like that one, I thought made a little more sense as far as stylistically, but it was more of a best player. You can make a potential impact with that.
Yeah. The whole Lemon story, too, is kind of crazy.
It is.
He was on the phone with the Steelers thinking that he was getting drafted by the Steelers, and then the Eagles moved up and literally stole him and drafted him. So that's kind of a crazy story, but it's a cool story, too, that we see sometimes.
It is. I mean, that's just one of those draft things.
That would have, honestly, the Steelers drafted him, too, would have been a little interesting because they just traded for Michael Pittman.
Yeah.
They got DK Metcalf. So, I mean, okay, you're getting another receiver. You got Mike McCarthy, offensive-minded coach coming in, and assuming Aaron Rodgers is going to be your quarterback, so you're probably trying to get him more weapons than that. But, well, they invested offensive line then after that.
Which I'm sure, assuming Rodgers is back, he's not going to dislike.
Yeah. So, just make a decision. I was waiting at one point, was he going to come out on the intro when they said quarterbacks? I'm like, oh, no. But
is he going to come out? I'm back. Which it
Don't
may
copy
not have,
Jordan.
here's the thing. It probably wouldn't have gotten like the greatest response. Like it wouldn't have been like a 10-minute standing ovation.
it wouldn't have been, like the
But
Jordan, I'm back facts and stuff. But all right, we got to take our final break, and then we'll wrap up this hour. We'll be back in just a couple minutes. Hey, sometimes accidents happen, but getting your vehicle back to normal does not have to be stressful. And at Superior Auto Body, they specialize in getting your vehicle looking right again after dents, dings, or collisions. And the best part is that they handle the insurance process for you, working directly with your provider to make things simple and hassle-free. No runaround, no confusion, just quality work and a team that's got your back every single step of the way. Get your vehicle back on the road with confidence. Superior Auto Body in Eau Claire, where the job gets done right. So just a few minutes left until the top, and then we're into the final quarter of the program here. So Brewers yesterday, they tried the way it started. It looked like it might have been a long day for the Brewers, but maybe a quick game with Skubal getting through 9 hitters and 26 pitches, but they hung around and ended up taking the lead from the Tigers a little bit later on, thanks to Blake Perkins, so with his double and that, but not able to hold on. Uribe giving up the walk-off home run in the 9th. The Tigers tied it up in the bottom of the 8th, so now they've got Paul Skeens coming up. Brandon Woodruff on the mound, but going to the other Brandon Sproat. So would you consider that a solid start after coming off of his best starts the prior game?
I think so. I mean, he left the game with the team having a chance against Tarek Skubal.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, I think that was a solid follow-up for him. And, yeah, just got to keep stacking good starts.
Mm-hmm. Terang's on base ended yesterday, but still it was pretty impressive.
Yeah,
there too.
good run.
So it was a good run, but eventually it was going to happen.
Whoa. Stop being a negative Nancy. Eventually he wasn't going to get on base in the game?
Eventually. So, odds are I don't think he was going to go 162 straight.
Not with that attitude.
Not with that attitude, he's not. So, but returning home to the friendly confines of American Family Field, and yes, it is Paul Skeens, but the Brewers have experience going up against him. Is the biggest key to going up against Skeens is get that pitch count out and get him out of the game early and get to that bullpen?
I think so, yeah. I mean, you just got to, that first time through the lineup, you just want to put together really good at-bats. I mean, I understand the rationale of wanting to be aggressive against a guy like that, because if you get a pitch, you might not get another one. That's kind of what we saw yesterday with William Contreras on the swing on the 3-0. And that's kind of what Pat Murphy said after the game is, hey, we want him to be aggressive in that spot because when you're going up against a really good pitcher, you might only get one.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, yeah, would really like that first time through to see them just being, patient, following off pitches. I mean, they got a lot of pesky hitters in the lineup, and, this is a chance where you kind of want to see that.
Right. So, so we got Miz Kid tomorrow. Does that mean Harrison on Sunday?
I believe that is the plan.
All right. I know Quinn Priester had a rehab start and such, but it didn't go the greatest
No, it did
in
not.
Nashville. But, I mean, let's go back. I know it's a week ago, but how impressed were you with Coleman Crowe?
Very.
Yeah.
Very. For a guy that doesn't throw particularly hard, I think you just see the importance of changing speeds. I mean, with that curveball, it's
How much torque do you think that elbow?
I don't know.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, that thing moves.
Mm-hmm.
And then, that makes a 92, 93 mile an hour fastball look faster.
What do you think of the comp that Pat Murphy gave him with Tim Hudson?
Lofty praise. I mean, he's a short guy, and you can kind of see it with some of the stuff. I think Hudson might have thrown a little harder if I remember correctly. It's been a bit, but it's a guy that's just it's another one in the chamber, so to speak, as far as starters go.
Well, that's like I was kind of talking about that earlier in the week. Kind of forgot about him or didn't really talk a whole lot about him because you got all these younger guys. But for crying out loud, you throw him in there, Logan Henderson, Robert Gasser, Chad Patrick, Jacob Mizorowski, Brandon Sproat, Kyle Harris. I mean, Logan Henderson's pitching well, I would imagine.
Yeah, Logan Henderson just always kind of seems to be the odd man out. Like he's usually done nothing but pitch well whenever he gets a chance. It's a numbers game right now.
And wasn't it like last year he was 3-0 in 5 games, but he kind of needed to develop another pitch and such. And I know this year he was talked about as a potential rookie of the year watch list. But is it just straight up numbers game, and that's why he can't consistently stay up there?
Yeah. I don't think it's anything he's done. It's just, you look at the rest of the way, it's like, well, who do you take out? I mean, obviously after the first few starts, maybe people thought it might have been Sproat, but he's pitched a lot better. So it's just, you've got 5 starters.
Yeah. But when Priester could Priester go into bullpen if he does come back, if it's still a numbers game?
I mean, he could, but yeah, I mean,
And what's with Chad Patrick not getting a start and just going with the opener?
I think that might have been more of a opponent thing. I know at the top of the lineup with the Tigers, with the lefties and stuff like that, but I don't know. At some point, I'm just kind of, trying to steal maybe stealing at bat lefty. But at some point, I'm just kind of like, just gonna let him do it.
Yeah.
Just let him start.
All right, shot clock's going to cut off, so I don't get yelled at again today by our mutual friend Nick, because he wanted a shout out yesterday because we were at the draft last year. And I said, well, technically the first round of last year was the 24th, which is today. So, yes, we were at the draft.
We were.
What's up, Nick? Hi. So, all right, 3 in. We've got one more to go. We got some news updates, and we'll be right back in just a couple minutes. All right, here we go. Final hour on this Friday morning. Hey, Badgers fans, just saw this pop up. You want to feel old? Jim Sorgi's kid, Jack, just committed to Wisconsin. 4-star quarterback for the 2027 class. So I was like, is that, legacy? Oh, boy. Man. But, all right. We'll see how it plays out.
I was always more of a Brooks Bollinger guy.
Oh, that was a good run of quarterbacks back in the day.
I mean, kind of. It was for us.
Yeah.
Bollinger, Sorgi.
Mm-hmm.
John Stocco, I think, has always been a bit of an underrated guy as far as quarterbacks go.
Scoots. Scott Tolzien. Oh, yeah. Oh, good days, good times, good memories when, people didn't have to transfer all the time out and such, which, okay. I thought this was a great comparison. I know it happened earlier in the week, but Blackwell going to Duke, and that it kind of feels like is Wisconsin a feeder program now potentially where, okay, they could get these players from mid-majors now, but then these players like a Blackwell who come to Wisconsin initially, then they could go to Duke or something.
Could be. Honestly, though, my reaction when I saw it was happy. And I'll tell you why. Because I would rather see John Blackwell go to Duke, where that is an unquestioned step up. But wasn't he visiting like UCLA and like
Illinois?
Was it Illinois and look, Illinois obviously they've been more successful in the Badgers, but like to me that one would have stung a lot more. Mm-hmm. Versus look, if you end up going to Duke, I get it.
Yeah.
So that one, yeah. When I saw that, I was honestly a little relieved.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And that's the thing. It's like I'm not mad at Blackwell. Why would I be mad at John Blackwell if Duke wanted me? And obviously he's probably, going through the draft process. He's probably still told he wasn't going to be a first round or a lottery pick or something.
Well,
how
do you help my prospects?
Right. It's now you go to Duke. I did think it was, he made the comment about he wants to be a point guard and didn't really have that chance at Wisconsin. And I think that was maybe the feedback he got was, hey man, you're 6'4".
We need to see you handle the ball more.
Yes. Instead of playing off the ball more.
Right.
So he does go to Duke where they are loaded with backcourt point guards. But, again, it's Duke. And it's not to say Badger guys don't get drafted.
Right. I mean, we saw Johnny Davis not that long ago.
Yeah. Or, I mean, a point guard is like Devin Harris. But that was way far ago.
Yeah.
It's different era of college basketball now. So I'm not mad at him. I put myself in those shoes. I'm probably making the same decision. It's not too often. Let's not kid ourselves. If not too often to play for a program like Duke and entering your senior year, potentially winning a national championship and getting drafted, that would be that'd be pretty cool. And obviously, scouts probably didn't think that was going to be the case when he was coming out of high school, when he was on the recruiting trail,
right?
So, but it comes off the heels of a transfer portal. I thought Greg Gard had some good picked up some good options.
And that's he's done very well with it, and you see some of the moves, and like you said, it's usually people moving up, and maybe grabbing some more Australians, which is quickly kind of becoming Wisconsin's MO. If it's not big guys from Lakeville North out of Minnesota, it's Australians.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and the thing is I give Gard benefit of the doubt when he brings in a senior guard.
Right.
If you look at the last couple of years, it's kind of worked out.
His hit rate on these has been pretty good. So, right. And similarly, this was almost my cream of the crop. Maybe I can retroactively add another one. Mm-hmm. But Wisconsin women's basketball.
Okay.
Like, you see what they've done in the portal, picking up a former, I forget her name offhand, but like a 5-star recruit last year that went to Iowa. That was like the first wasn't the first McDonald's All-American that Wisconsin women's program has ever had.
Mm.
And then you obviously add in the great recruiting class coming in, led by Addie Shapley from Rice Lake. Picking up some other I think it was CBS Sports had their women's top 25 look ahead. The Badgers were an honorable mention.
Oh,
when has that ever happened?
Wow, that's
think of that.
I want to see if I can find that real quick.
I don't. I'll double check. So I'll look too. I know where I got it, but I believe it was CBS Sports.
Okay.
But that. I mean, again, when does that happen? Not often.
No. So good for that. Now you just hope that that actually translates to the court.
Oh, and that's it. Yeah. But it's obviously it's one thing to have the hype. It's another thing to come through. But how often? Again, when's the last time they've had the hype? Mm-hmm. I mean since that program has had any level of steam behind it.
Right. Yeah, that's interesting. Okay, yeah.
It was CBS.
Eddie Deal, guard from Iowa to Wisconsin. Yeah, that's the third, ranked as the 3rd one.
Yep.
All right, look at that. I like that. Do you have the the list?
I did.
Okay.
Yeah, because they were on the honorable mention because the top 25. They're way too early. Top 25 rankings: UConn, South Carolina, obviously
Oh, yeah,
the
usual suspects.
the usuals. But then just one of the teams just outside the top 25 was Wisconsin.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, hopefully they live up to it, man. But that's a great offseason they're having so
Right.
far. So.
Again, for the first time in a while, like legitimately talking about Wisconsin women's basketball, and that's very cool to see.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would love it to get to the point where we're talking about them and UW Green Bay both making the tournament.
I was right. McShay is working at the Ringer.
McShay or Mayock?
Mayock. No, McShay.
Yeah, McShay's
I'm
working.
sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. Mayock. Yeah, I'm not
Yeah.
sure what Mayock's doing that.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I got mixed up. My bad.
How dare you?
I know.
How dare you? But yeah, I don't know what McVay or see now I got McVay because I
You
just
got
saw
McVay, McShay, and Mayock. Oh,
you threw in Todd's name into the equation. I just saw a McVay video talking about Ty Simpson and how this is Matthew Stafford's team and such. But yeah, how dare they copy Green Bay in the that was. Did you see the factoid dropped by Rich Eisen after that pick though?
no.
About a
The MVP.
the MVP.
Yeah,
It was Bart Starr. I
yeah.
was like, oh way
Because
back.
when they said Packers, I'm like, wait a minute. I'm thinking, I'm going to go through my head. I'm like, oh no.
Yeah. Then I'm like, did he kind of maybe misspeak and say supposed to be like a former MVP? But
Right.
then
No,
it's like
reigning,
Bart Starr,
the reigning
reigning.
MVP. Yeah.
It's like, oh, never heard that one before. That was
Yeah,
nice.
that's a good one.
That was a good little factoid by Rich Eisen. Bringing it.
He's
in
always
there,
got him.
Oh, yeah.
Rich is
he's
great.
he's my favorite probably
Like,
of all
he's-
the
yeah, like-
hosts and such.
Like to me, he's like I was thinking like a Mike Tirico, where like you just always know he's going to be just good.
Mhm.
Like,
Yep.
And that there's just something to be said for that.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, I like Joel Klatt on there. I like the college aspect of it.
Yeah.
Daniel Jeremiah is awesome. I for my money, I think they've got the best one.
Yep.
And I did see this about some people complaining about ESPN, and I don't want to pile on in that, but for as many draft experts as they have, like a Matt Mittler or something, you throw Booger McFarland out there to be one of your analysts. It's, you have these resources, use them.
Right.
But I like NFL Networks.
That's usually
Rich is the good ringleader for that, especially when we get to day 3.
Yes, and things get a little crazier.
Yes, and just to kind of fill in some time and that.
Right,
but
because they're not analyzing every single one.
you can't.
Right.
I mean,
But as
you
fast as they're
can't.
coming, you can be like, well, let's take a deep dive into pick 195. Like,
Mhm.
okay, I get it. You're not gonna do that.
Yeah, I really. It's like when they get to the punters and all that, then they get the film, and then you got to really analyze this. But it's just mind-boggling to me that they can do that. So, jealousy. All right, let's take a quick break. You want to talk some more draft coming up?
Yeah.
Let's do it. Day 2. What do you want for your favorite team, peeps? Whether you're a Packers fan, Vikings fan, Bears fan, Lions fan, whatever the case may be, who do you want to see at your team position-wise? Or maybe if you got a player in mind, who do you want to see them go get today? All right, let us know. Quick break. We'll be right back in just a couple minutes. All right, so we've got day or round 2. I keep saying day 2, but round 2, 6 p.m. I believe tonight.
I think it is. Well, I mean, it also is day 2. So.
It is day 2, but round. I was going to say day 2 begins. Well, we're on day 2 and round 2. Whatever. Okay, you know what I mean. So that'll get going here at 6 p.m. And just from last year when we were there, day 2 was probably. Setup wise, would you say that was the best too?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
By the way, at my desk at work, I found the card from the people we parked with.
Do you really?
I have it. Yeah. I was gonna send you a picture and I forgot.
Oh yeah, save it.
Yeah, I've got it. It's just sitting on my desk. I was looking around my desk and I saw it.
Yeah, because if I ever go to a game and again, I hope I do. But I'm gonna park there with that they were awesome. They sure were. Nick, by the way, was teasing me yesterday. He's like, just saying, going to a Bears game you want to come with, and I'm like, well, what's the details? Well, I just thought we want to get together to watch it. I'm like, so we don't have to take, like, what are you doing, man? Like, come on, figure your life out first. Nicholas, jeez Louise. Man.
Kids,
right? And we were talking, you and I were texting between the draft, and here's the thing. I don't text people during that stuff.
Oh, no, neither do I. Like during events and stuff, like, no.
Packer games, don't text me. Stuff like, don't text me. Whether, like, for a draft, I don't know if you're going to tip it. I might be
usually,
behind.
like, that's what I would do is, like, I would keep my phone flipped down.
Yep.
Like, if I heard, but yeah.
But this was, I trust you, because we have the same sort of thing. And I think we both said, it's not really the same anymore. I think last year kind of ruined it for us a little bit.
Well, I told you that I was just sitting watching alone in my recliner, just going Shador, because we may have yelled that a time or two last year.
Who is and I'm trying to make light of that. I'm not trying to cause a drama, but who's more annoying with their quarterback takes? Was it Kuiper last year with Shador, or is it Orlovsky right now with maybe Ty Sibbs? Like, it's we get it.
But here's the thing, like, at least Orlovsky was kind of right.
Yeah.
Shador went way later,
mm-hmm.
So I guess it kind of would be.
Yeah.
I forgot who said it, but once I saw someone bring it up, I wanted to will it into existence where the Browns would be the team to pick Ty Simpson.
Yeah. That would have been
hilarious just to see, but yeah.
I'm waiting for the spin where people are going to compare Shador and Ty now. Because Ty wasn't supposed to be that high, but he got drafted that high. Shador was supposed to be drafted high, and he wasn't. It's going to happen.
Oh, sure.
It'll happen. But no, I hope we get to go to a draft again, but I don't know if it'll ever compare it to the experience.
I don't think it will for many reasons, but like if it, Twin
that
City,
was the best victory scotch I've ever had in my life. Feet away from Mel Kiper drinking a scotch, and I
just like the Wagyu sliders.
Yeah, the Wagyu sliders. I
was dominating those.
I had the biscuit and chicken sandwich.
I think I had one of those too. Let's put it this way: I had pretty much one of everything. I didn't go quite Noah's Ark route and go two of everything, but yeah,
you could have.
I just remember asking the security guy next to the band if they could play Africa.
I was wondering if it was the same band. I was trying to get a glimpse of it.
I don't know.
Goodell is so awkward with that band. I noticed it last night again. He's like doing the finger pointing and then the thumbs up. Like, dude, knock it off. You're trying to act cool.
Raj.
Bring back the leather recliner and
bring back Paul Tagliabue.
R.I.P.
R.I.P. Paul.
But no, I love day 2. It's my favorite day, round 2 and 3. I just feel like you get a lot of good quality players still that could be.
You look at the big board, and there's still names out there.
Mm-hmm. Guys that could play right away.
Yep.
Even I feel like first round is a lot of it is based off of potential and talent. They may not be ready right away, but the ceiling is the roof, as Michael would like to say.
Well, and I've seen it kind of put this way: the first round is for the freaks, meaning like the athletic marvels, the people that because. Let's be real. Most of the people that become players that become great in the NFL are athletic, just crazy people, like in a great way. Like just people that are just athletically superior to what they do.
Mm-hmm.
But that doesn't mean that that has to be that way.
Mm-hmm.
The great teams oftentimes hit in the second and third rounds.
Well, and I think, for Green Bay's sake, you look at a couple of years ago, and they were awesome in the second round because they got Edrin Cooper, Javon Bullard, those guys that contributed right away. And Evan Williams was a fourth rounder. So you find those type of players. That's why Tucker Kraft was a third rounder, Doesn't mean it's always going to hit. There's definitely been some flops, but even though they're not a first rounder, these second and third rounders, they're going to be asked to be big type forwards. That's why I look at last year's draft with Green Bay. Everybody talks about Green Bay needing a receiver, and I think they're going to draft a receiver, but they also invested a third-round pick on one last year. And, you go to the edge rushers. Everybody's assuming Green Bay's going to draft an edge rusher. They did draft two of them last year. So that still comes into play, I think, for a lot of these decisions. Now, it'll be interesting to see, I think, when we get to that point, what's left on the board. Does Green Bay literally go just best available? Does that dictate it? Does need? I think, all these teams that say we draft best available is not always true because it's best available at what we need.
Within reason, right? If the best available on the Packers board is Garrett Nussmeier, they're not going to draft him.
I don't think we're going to have a replay of Brian Braum in the second round.
He could be better than Aaron Rodgers.
Could be better than Aaron. What's Merrill Hodge doing these days? That's another one.
Wondering why everyone isn't drafting running backs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Hey, we had two in the first round.
We did.
But, yeah. The Jeremiah Love one, the thing is with him going number 3, I just hope the Cardinals know what they're doing. I don't want it to get wasted.
Right.
Because I think we all agree he's a really talented player.
Anyone that has a question about that selection does not question the player.
Right.
They're questioning the situation and the franchise.
Yes. Well said. Because maybe a little like Saquon when he went to the Giants, but they did go to the playoffs the one year. But still, that was, I think, when Saquon was selected by the Giants, wasn't that kind of the talk? Like, okay, but the Giants have a lot of other needs at that point. So I would have loved him, I think, at Tennessee because they made a lot of moves and such, but it is what it is. I thought a team was going to trade up and get him.
I think, and I actually thought that's just what Arizona was trying to facilitate.
That's what I thought.
Basically, like almost holding him hostage, be like, we'll pick him. We'll pick him.
Yep. Make us a deal. Otherwise we're going to pick him.
And the interesting thing, too, is there was movement, but there wasn't like what I would classify as like heavy hitter movement.
No.
Like even like last year when the Falcons traded up near the end, they gave up a first, which turned into Ty Simpson. And part of that was maybe because this draft isn't as sexy as some of the other ones, but for the most part, it was, there are day 2 picks in there, but a lot of 4th and 5th rounders.
Mm-hmm. It was interesting to me too with some of that's where the draft value charts, which one do teams use? Because what was it last night when the Cowboys traded with the Dolphins? The Cowboys gave them 2 5th rounders to move up one spot. But then with the Eagles the Eagles gave them 2 4th rounders with that. I was like, that to me is always interesting to see those different values and such with those.
Yeah, because you have different people. I mean, for the most part, the Jimmy Johnson one has stood the test of time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And it's I do it once in a while. I'll bring up that and try to do the math and say, if they want this guy, do
how far can they go up?
Right. Yeah, I don't know. Every team probably has different ones, or some have the same ones.
Maybe some weight their day 2 picks more. Maybe some weight their first round picks more.
Mm-hmm. And I think, it probably depends on who's left, and you kind of value those, right? These teams have the value on players, so they're probably using their own value charts compared to this.
Is it worth it if this is a guy? If you get to Green Bay, and say they're 3 or 4 picks away.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a guy there that they have a legitimate mid first round grade on. Is the value there to trade up to get him?
And I think it was kind of telling too last night with Goody after kind of a quiet night, and he still has to do a presser. But he said if there was, I'm paraphrasing, but a chance to move up, he would rather give up package picks for this year compared to next year.
Right. That's always, and that's fair. I mean, and not just because it does sound like. And this always seems like it's the case, but I think this is actually true. That sounds like next year's draft is a lot deeper.
Yeah.
But, it's just always, and maybe because the Vikings have done this a lot, I've just kind of grown a little weary of it. But, I'm not a fan of packaging future, capital.
Right. Yeah. I think that's part of it, too, is you don't know what's going to happen.
Right.
Right. I mean, what if everything just all of a sudden tanks this year and you ended up giving a really high fourth rounder.
Well, Atlanta.
Yeah.
You don't think Atlanta could use the 13th overall pick?
Yeah. Considering the guy they drafted last year is kind of in some hot water too.
He sure is.
Yeah, new head coach coming in and that. Yeah, they probably would have. They probably would have. So, yeah, I never thought of it from that angle though too. But yeah, you're right because you don't. It goes back to the Khalil Mack trade because the Raiders thought the Bears were going to have the better picks.
That's why, yeah.
And nope, Green Bay stunk that year, so they could have. But it's the gambler. That's why I think this is one of the things we like about the draft. I think so many fans do because we try to predict, we try to put our skills to the test, really, and see if we're right or not.
Right, and it's an inexact science.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if we knew who the best players were, and it just went like in order, like, oh, the best player went to the Raiders, this next best player went to, the number 2 pick with the Jet. Like that'd be boring.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it would be. Or just do AI. Have AI do it.
Yeah, we're watching day 3 because, hey, there's a chance for the Vikings, it could be Stephon Diggs was a day 3 pick.
Mm-hmm.
For the Packers, it could be David Bakhtiari.
Mm-hmm. So the one thing I'm wondering, and maybe this was said and I might have just missed it, but is this the first draft where 2 running backs from the same college team were drafted in the first round since Cadillac and Ronnie?
Could be. I mean, just off the top of my head, I can't think of another example.
Was there? No. For some reason, when McFadden got drafted, was there another Arkansas?
Felix Jones?
Was he a first rounder?
I don't remember. I don't remember. I can look and see, but
I don't know why it just dawned on me.
No, but yeah.
Because obviously we're talking about Jeremiah Love, and then it's like, well, Price was there too, and he was from Notre Dame. So I was trying to think, was that the? I'm sure it had to have been said. I might have. I missed it.
Felix Jones was a number 1 pick.
A first round pick.
A first round pick. Yeah. Sorry.
Same draft.
No, I'm scrolling.
Okay.
Yeah. That was 2008, and they both were
first round.
They both were. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
And then 05 was the Ronnie Brown and Cadillac. So
just numbers wise, I can't imagine that's happened since.
No. Okay. All right. It popped in my head, so I was kind of curious. Interesting. All right. And given how the view of running backs in the NFL the last few years has come in waves, to see now 2 of them back in the first round is kind of interesting.
Yeah.
I always thought, you're looking at it and I'm wondering how many people were watching the draft and like, man, how many Ohio State guys went in the top 10? They didn't win a national championship.
I made that joke to a couple of my friends. I go, 4 of the top 11. Boy, you would think they would probably had to win the national championship, right?
Yeah, right. Or, in Notre Dame's case, man, 2 running backs in the first round?
They had to be, yeah.
Yeah. All right. We got to take a quick break, but we'll be right back in just a couple minutes. We've got Bill from Chippewa Falls saying second round, Malik Muhammad, corner from Texas. Big Citrus, nose tackle from Iowa State. Yeah, I know who you're talking.
One of the great nicknames, Dominique Orange. That's what, like, that one, was it Dante Corleone?
Yeah.
The Godfather?
Yes.
And it's funny because they are just two massive defensive tackles. Like, those are two big old run stuffers.
Yeah, I would get on board. I had Malik Muhammad in my mock. I'd be good with the big juice or the OJ or juice. I don't want to say OJ. We don't want to.
Big Citrus.
The Big Citrus.
Big
so
Citrus.
I was trying to come up with another
great
one, and I
name.
completely failed there. So, but by the way, no pulp in my orange juice, right? No pulp.
I would prefer if it didn't, but
Yeah, maybe a little's fine. Maybe just a skosh, but no pulp. No pulp.
just enough for some fiber.
Yes, very well said. So, but yeah, I would get on board with that. Bill from Chippewa Falls. Yeah, no doubt. I'd like that, but we'll see. I just want to get to it tonight. I'm gonna be watching the clock. I'm kind of like Goody. Last night I'm sitting back. I kind of enjoyed watching these teams, and I just wanted chaos, and we got chaos towards the end. Now I'm anxious because I want my picks.
Yeah.
I want to see it. Although we did get the best pick from last night, so I'm okay. I'm repping already. I'm repping the Micah Parsons jersey. So that one still played out okay. I think we're okay.
So far.
What would be the pick from a position that would get you upset tonight, Brandon, if you were a Vikings fan?
Probably quarterback.
Yeah.
Because it wouldn't make any sense. And I kind of talked about how I'm not a big fan of, the quarterbacks that are left, or really any of the well, yeah. So it just wouldn't make sense in round 2 or 3.
Mm-hmm.
So that would probably be the one I would say.
Yep. Yeah, I mean that's the easy one, I think, for Green Bay too.
Or like a kicker or a punter in the second or third
taking
round.
away the obvious ones. What do you think? How about this? So I threw this out for Packers fans all week. I'll ask you for a Vikings fan. The position group that a lot of people assume your team is going to address, but you can see where they don't address it. So I used edge rusher for the Packers as that.
I would say maybe corner. Even though, like I said, I would like to see them inject a little youth in there. I could see them just maybe trying to go the veteran route that way.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if I would necessarily agree with it, but I could see them doing that.
That's the other part in this too. It's like we get the next wave of why are people calling me during when I'm on the air? I gotta shut my phone off. The next wave of free agency after the draft, right? These veterans with just 1 year deals.
Once you get through the draft, then teams really know, okay, this is what we got left.
Yep.
If the Vikings don't draft a receiver they think could be receiver 3, then maybe a DeAndre Hopkins comes into play, kind of a thing. But you're right, like that's going to happen.
Is there a veteran corner that you have your eye on out there yet? Or I mean,
not offhand. I'd have to see a list. I'm sure if I saw a list, there'd be
because it'd be like 1 year deals. I think. At this point
Yep.
Did Jadeveon Clowney sign with anybody yet?
I don't think so.
He's notorious for going on all offseason here, and
one of my favorite stats though is that Jadeveon Clowney has never had a double-digit sack season.
Right. That's kind of nuts, isn't it?
I looked it up at one point because I'm like, is that still true? And I think he got to like 9.5. But
Rashawn Gary's never had a double-digit sack season either, and he got paid like a top 5, top 10.
He also got hacked.
Allegedly. Which, okay, you brought up Jadeveon Clowney. We all knew Mendoza was the first pick.
Right.
Yet, and these teams can't agree to contracts, right? We saw it with Mario Williams. And now that rookie contracts are so much easier, there's the parameter, unless you're the Bengals and you, whatever.
Yeah.
I have a conspiracy that I think the NFL said, don't do that anymore.
Don't agree to contracts early?
Don't announce it early because it takes away a little bit of the drama into the draft.
I could see that.
Yeah. Right? I mean,
yeah.
If there was one that we probably already knew was going to happen, it was like last night or even last year with Cam Ward.
And even like last year, it was like, okay, we're pretty sure on Cam Ward. This one, we knew.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No. I that's why I think it's my conspiracy part. Because really the draft started at pick 2. Yeah. We knew the position they were going to go. We just didn't know if it was Reese or Bailey.
Right. And even so, like the last couple of days, it kind of been leaning towards David Bailey.
Mm-hmm. And then then they tried to run with the top 30 visit. Like this was a big story. And sort of thing.
But then I think NFL Network was like, well, maybe they just knew he was the guy, so they just used the top 30 visit on somebody else.
Yeah, was it Jeremiah or Joel Klatt said, well, they got an extra pick, and then they ended up getting 2 more first-rounders, or 1 more first-rounder for 3 total.
So maybe
it's smart, actually, to say, all right, we know this is the pick. Let's use
I think they also said, wasn't the only top 30 pick Mendoza took was with the Raiders?
Yeah.
I mean, come on.
Why waste the time?
Right.
Yeah, that's just, yeah. But it would have been funny if they would have pulled Surveyor Sam's favorite movie, Draft Day, a Sonny Weaver Jr., where Bo Callahan's supposed to be the first pick.
I've still never seen it.
Don't let Surveyor pollute your mind. He says it's the worst sports movie of all time.
I mean, it is a little unrealistic that a Wisconsin quarterback is going in the first round.
It is. However, when Sam Elliott is your head coach, anything is possible. Okay? Anything is possible with Sam Elliott leading the charge. Just throwing it out there. But, yeah, I was going to make another joke, but I can't. I'll get in trouble. So, but, all right, final call. If you got a pick that you would like, let us know. We've got a texter. Don't have a name, but it says, I was thinking that if I was the Packers, I would like to take that defensive tackle Miller. And if he wasn't there, I'd pick that offensive guard on Iowa, Dunker, and make a sweet deal with him and pay him Culvers and Quick Trip gift cards. What do you think?
You might agree
and
to
then,
it.
Another texter, Brandon Berg, says Big Citrus. So.
No. Read it how it says.
Big Citrus.
It's all caps, Big Citrus. But yes, going back to the previous texter, Christian Miller, I think this guy is talking about, who was actually someone day 2. I was kind of hoping for the Vikings. I mean, he's got to get after, he can get after the passer, but also, a good run defender. And then, I mean, Dunker,
he would be, of all the, if he was the pick, say, second round, any other offensive lineman, I think Packers fans would be like, oh. But
this guy,
love this one.
They would.
He wouldn't be a starter right away.
Craig Culver to announce it.
Can you imagine? I hope he's watching the draft at a Culver's.
Rents out a Culver's for the family for the party.
Right? Why not? That would be the one offensive line. Like, people, I think Packers fans would be like, okay, yep, cool, we're good. If it was like a second round pick.
Yeah.
Like any other person would be like, oh, really?
Yeah.
This one would be okay. But I don't think it'd be the one, but never know. But yeah, I think defense tackle corner for Green Bay at some point. I want beef. If Lee Hunter is there, I wouldn't mind that at all. Typical nose tackle if you're going to be there. I saw some mock drafts. I think it was Todd McShay that had Green Bay getting a linebacker at 52, which I mean, you already got, if you're going to a 3-4 or that style defense where you're going to play a lot of 2 down or 2 linebackers, you already kind of have yours. So I don't think that's the big, but again.
Yeah, might be more day 3 than day 2.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right. Final break, and we got picks. Let's do that, shall we? We'll be right back after these few words. What do you want to do for picks today? You just want to do baseball? You want to do a little draft? Do you want to do basketball and hockey, or just like skip it?
Whatever you want. It's your show.
I'm letting you pick.
I don't want to pick. I don't want to pick picks.
Fine. We'll just do baseball here, shall we? Because your Penguins aren't doing very well right now.
Oh my gosh!
I don't want to bring
What
up
a
anything.
dumpster fire!
Bring that up. So
It's been terrible. They're for a team that's
I'm surprised you showed up this morning. To be honest with you,
for a team that is offensively minded as they are, they look like they forgot how to put a puck in a net.
Mm-hmm.
Ugh.
Yeah. All right. So we'll stick to baseball, shall we?
Okay.
No, I just got you in a bad mood. A little bit of a downer. Thanks for the hat, by the way.
You're welcome.
It's such a comfortable hat, man.
I picked the right one.
You did. I'm so glad that you said there was snapbacks. I know I said baseball hats I got to have fitted.
Yeah,
but
your size wasn't there, so.
yeah. And I like the rope in the front, too. So, man. Detroit, Cincinnati.
I'll go Cincinnati. They'll be missing Scooble.
No, Detroit. Boston, Baltimore. I'm picking with my heart now.
All right, I'm going to go with Baltimore.
Oh, Boston. Cleveland, Toronto.
Toronto.
Toronto. Rockies and the 2-game winning streak Mets.
I'm going to go Rockies.
Mets.
Just pick opposite. We already can't pick opposite because we picked the same Toronto, Cleveland,
Yeah.
but we should just do opposite.
Minnesota, Tampa Bay. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
I'm going to go with Tampa Bay.
Me too. Philly and Atlanta. Oh, Philly, you really need this. Panic time in Philly may not be panic time for Philly or for Milwaukee, but Philly panic.
Yeah, maybe. I'm going to go Braves.
Oh, Braves too. Angels, Kansas City. We're picking the series and not just these individuals.
Yes, yes. I'm going to go Kansas City. I think they're better than they've been playing.
Yeah. Me too. Washington and the White Sox, who actually are playing decent too.
I'm going to go White Sox.
And former friend Brian Hudson's getting the start for the White Sox. I'm going to go White Sox too. Athletics, Texas.
Texas.
I'm going to go Athletics. Yankees, Houston.
I'm going to go Houston.
I'm going to go Yankees. Look at us. We actually are mixing it up a little bit. I like it. Seattle and St. Louis.
We'll go Seattle.
Yeah, Seattle. Okay. This is what really annoys me now for this next pick. Because this was an opportunity for this team to really be in a big hole. When you on your schedule, you're going up against the Mets and the Phillies, and now the Dodgers. And all the Cubs did was win those first two.
Yeah.
Dodgers.
I'm going to go Dodgers.
Sweep them, please. Miami, San Francisco.
Miami.
San Francisco. Pirates, Brewers.
I'm going to go Brewers.
I'm nervous you're going to the game tomorrow. I know your track record. And they got Paul Skeens tonight, so that does not bode well.
The bus trip track record is actually really good.
Don't
over
jinx
the last
it.
few years.
Don't.
No, it's already been jinxed. Yeah, it was
Brewers.
Brewers.
But I'm not confident. Who's got worse luck, you or your mom?
You mean for Brewer games or just in
For
general?
Brewer games. Or is it worse when you two are together at a Brewers game?
Maybe. We just can't be at the same game. Like I said, even though we went to a lot of the bus trip games where they've won, so the record there was like it's got to be like 7-2 or something crazy good like that. It's
Okay. Well, can you bring back a series win?
no. Not if you're gonna ask like that.
Please. I would say like we could do a pick, but I don't. That's gonna be hard for the draft unless you.
Well, I
want
was
to
just gonna say because the 49ers have the first pick of the second round.
Yes.
Who's it gonna be? I mean, yeah, who's gonna be picked in that spot?
Because they
traded back.
They just like they're trading back.
The Chris Berman did back.
Yeah, and then Seattle's like, yeah, we want to trade back, but nope. Seattle, I guess San Francisco did all the trading for them, but they need a wide receiver, I think. Who do you got?
I'm gonna go Emmanuel McNeil Warren, the safety out Toledo.
Okay. All you did was copy ESPN's Matt Miller pick because that's what he has.
Oh, did he? I'm just looking at the best available.
Okay. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go Denzel Boston.
You would. Actually, I don't have a strong reaction to that. I wanted to see a reaction if I said that.
I'll go wide out Boston from Washington.
Wait, I thought you said he was from Boston.
Don't. You're gonna confuse me, so please don't do that. Or do they trade again?
Ooh, I mean that's kind of the good thing about having that first pick in the second round. You got all day to talk to people.
Mm-hmm. You do.
You got all day to say, well, what do you think? You want somebody? Come get them.
Yeah. But they traded a lot last night, so I think
did.
Eventually you do have to.
Like, yeah, you can't just always trade down. Like, you have to add players at some point.
Mm-hmm. Or I could see them going defense, like another like maybe tackle or something, because they did struggle a little bit defensively even with Robert Saleh last year.
Maybe they'll go Jermon McCoy because they're always injured anyway. Just add the guy with the injury questions to a team that is full of injury questions.
Yeah. It's I don't know. It's Kyle Shanahan and Lynch, so who knows what they're going to do. But no, I think they make the pick though. I'm sure they're getting calls, but I think they make the pick.
Right. Yeah, you need somebody to really
But for as much as they traded back in yesterday, there really must not have been somebody left on their first round grade that they were just trying to accumulate picks then. Because that's got to be the case. Why else are you like? How many times did they trade last night? Like 3 times, just to get out of that first round. So
they wanted nothing to do with it apparently.
Nope. But all right, I think one of the minor surprises for me was that Seattle did not trade out of 32. When you come into the draft with 4 or 5 picks, whatever they had, and Schneider's like, yeah, we want more. We want to trade this. We want more. And they stay. Yes. And I get it. They needed a running back after losing Kenneth Walker. I understand that. But still, I got to imagine if you're Seattle, you're looking for as many possible trades that you can do and accumulate more picks.
Yeah.
In these next 2 days. I don't know if they got any second or third rounders off the top of my head. I don't know. But if they do, I would imagine they're going to look to trade those and get more day 3 picks and fill out the roster that way. But it is. I kind of feel like this is the end of the best time of the sports year after this weekend.
Yeah,
it's kind of the bow on what has been a eventful spring sports season.
Yeah,
for the best time of year. Yep. College hoops. Had the Masters, Rory winning again. Free agency in the NFL. There was a lot of good stuff when we look back on it. I mean, we were talking about graduation songs last week. Cue the Time of Your Life by, I know it's not the name of the song, but Green Day.
Good riddance.
Good riddance, thank you. It was pretty solid, man.
This is going to be like our one shining moment. It's just stuff that happened in the first 3 weeks of April.
Could be. Brewers baseball got off to a solid start, but then the rest of the NL Central apparently has to be good too, so whatever. Punks. Jerks. But, all right. Anything else you want to add before we go shut off the mics about the draft? Any final thoughts, Jerry?
Yes. Tomorrow, I just thought of this. You know who I want to see announce a Steelers pick? Punxsutawney Phil.
You know they're going to have some weird stuff planned.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
What's the Pomani Brothers sandwich?
I don't know.
Does it got like French fries on it?
I don't know, but I've been seeing it all over the place. And it looks good.
It does. I thought it was like a burger or something with fries on it.
I don't know what the what's this? I don't know. Mike Silver just posted something with Aaron Rodgers and Matt LaFleur. So what is this? Having been through this 6 years ago when the Packers took Jordan Love and Matt LaFleur scrambled to assure Rodgers he was the man, my read is that Stratford isn't thrilled with the Simpson pick and McVay is treading lightly.
Here's what I was talking about. Pomani Brothers' famous sandwich. It is a sandwich with meat, provolone cheese, vinegar, coleslaw, and French fries between 2 slices of Italian bread.
I would eat that.
Yeah, I would.
Is that available around here?
I don't think there's a Primanti Brothers around here.
Want a road trip? That sounds good right now, actually. That sounds really good.
Sometimes it even comes with a pickle.
How about that? Look at that. I always I think the spear pickles in a carryout are the best.
Yeah. It's like, how is restaurant ketchup always better than the ketchup I have in my fridge?
Yeah.
I don't get it.
I
I mean, fountain soda is always better than like in a can or.
Well, there's that weird thing with McDonald's. Like they have, it's how it's prepared. There's a thing about it. I read about this.
With the fountain soda?
Yeah. Like it either comes pre-made already or not pre-made, and they make it there. So it's one of those things. It's different.
Gotcha.
Now, I don't know if that could be a conspiracy thing, but I read it.
But no, but the ketchup
And it was on
thing,
the internet,
yeah,
so it's got to be true.
The ketchup thing is 100% true, though.
Oh, yeah.
Restaurant ketchup is always better.
Especially if it's in the red tube.
Yep.
Got to be the red squirt bottle.
Yes.
100%.
With the white top.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Got to have that. But the spear pickle and
That's
a
how I know
carryout-
you have a classy establishment.
Yes. Yep. Oh, I could use some good home cooking.
You could use a gigantic sandwich with coleslaw and French fries on it.
Yes, I could, but we don't have time anymore because shot clock's going to cut us off. So stay dry. It shouldn't rain tonight for some local
I
sports.
don't think so. It looks like it's supposed to be fine.
Yeah, we'll enjoy the rest of the weekend with the draft and such. I hope you draft a lot of lemons.
They didn't last? Well, I mean, we'll see. But that was the joke you made about when I wanted Makai Lemon.
Yep. But
And I called you Mr. Funny Man and sent an awkward-looking picture of you.
from the draft last year. All right. Have a good weekend, everybody. We'll recap the draft, and we'll either be grinding some gears or printing Super Bowl T-shirts after all these picks on Monday morning, 6 a.m. Talk to you then.